everyone, welcome to the Alpha Inn, where we play TTRPGs and have a hoot. I got that last bit of what you just said. That's not the bit we are today. We're just saying, F it, we're doing it live. How are we all doing today? I hope we're doing great. How are you all? I can actually maybe balance sound a little bit.
If you can't anything,
New
don't say
overlay,
anything at
who
all,
this? We in a new skin.
Woo!
Wow.
This is
looks
gorgeous. I feel at
We're
home.
we're on the surface. We don't know what it's called though, right?
Verdant.
We're calling it new
Verdant.
home.
Oh,
Yeah. The
new
server-
home.
The planet is called Verdant, at least according to Nepali Negretti.
Verident or something. You can probably pronounce it multiple ways.
Or whoever he is. We don't really know. At least
I mean, you call him Uncle, so...
I know.
Oh, is that merch?
What's that on your
This
shirt?
is merch.
Murray?
This is
Schnozzboop.
Schnozzboop makes schnoogin. Bard of the
I-
College of Peace of the world of Nathriel. You can go to our store at the merch store. Here we go. Hang on. Store. Boop. And you can get all that wonderful stuff. There are also stickers. You can see a few of them over there. See on that wall right there. Stickers. They're tiny, itty bitty on the screen, but hey, they're there. They're also there, and you can get some mugs and other little fun things, pillows. No body pillows yet. We're actually trying to push our merch store
Working on
so
it.
much so we can justify getting some body pillows. Because apparently that's a thing.
Invest,
Oh, yeah.
people. Invest.
Invest, invest. Give me an excuse to commission a Eladriel body pillow. Hot boy.
Yes.
On other news, that wonderful song you heard at the beginning was by the Eldritch Bass. You can get those on his Bandcamp. I don't have a link for that. I wish I did. But, yeah, that one probably has a link hidden away there somewhere. Wonderful, wonderful thing that he put together for his schooling stuff. And he gave us permission to play it at the beginning. And it just feels right. So appropriate. And, like we said, if you can't tell, new skin, who it is. We're in a new overlay because we've hit a brand new point in our campaign where things are serious enough that it merited changing. That's what I need to do. There we go, that should fix that. Now I don't have to scream at the mic in order for it to get to the right level. What else do we have to mention? 2 weeks from today, we will not have a Mystery of Blodheim because I will be on holiday still. I will be away. We will be taking that week off. I
Good to
will
know.
return the 13th. Thursday, 13th of July. That's when we'll be back for this. In fact, actually, I think our last stream until I leave and go bye-bye is the 20th of June, and then we'll be back on the 2nd of July. Just keeping notes for those details. While I'm away, you can always go to our what's-it-calledy. You have permission to post links. Nice. Thank you. Yes, YouTube. On our link tree, and you can find some wonderful videos getting posted on there on the daily while I'm on holiday. Little extra work to, make sure there's still content coming out from us. Constant content. There we go. I missed the S.
Content.
Did you realize how close those words are together? Get rid of the S of constant. You've got content.
Oh. Interesting.
There's a
I see
Michael.
we all hi.
There he is.
Hi.
Hi. Hey, he made it back before the pause.
He did. We should go to the pause and make it awkward for him.
Yes,
Yeah.
probably a good idea. Yeah.
Yearn is open, my friends. Battles have yet to begin. Laughter will be heard in gales and floods. If not, at least, there will be blood. loss may abound, we'll do our best to hold this hallowed ground.
And that's when I realized that mosquitoes make a really bad topping for oatmeal. So even if you're trying to get on the whole eating bugs thing, don't start that way.
Look, when they start telling you about if you start eating mosquitoes, you're going to head to the West Nile, they don't mean the West Nile. They mean West Nile.
Yeah, unfortunately.
You really don't want to eat parasites. They are bad for you and me and your neighbors.
They like to eat, eat.
Your neighbors will blame you for being patient zero for whatever weird crap you bring home.
Exactly.
Which,
Sorry, I should have done that before we started.
That's right.
No biggie. You just see your weird translucent fingers touching the screen.
We're performorph.
It's really only there when you get close enough to break the green screen.
Yeah. Or
Which,
when
honestly,
my mic comes into view.
All things considered, I'm amazed at how well that turns out, considering you're not like sitting in a studio with an actual like green screen behind you.
One, it's an actual green screen that is meant for green screening, and two, NVIDIA's AI is actually cutting out the background. So I'm basically, I'm giving it a much easier task than it normally would have by making the screen a consistent color. So
It's been a while, but I swear I've seen you without the background, and I'm amazed at how well it turns out.
let's see here, because I think if I do
We're gonna peek
that,
behind the screen.
yeah,
Oh my god, it's weird. Turn it back on.
That's actually what it looks like.
It's still
but I
hiding
do
all
it
of it, though.
because of all this
It
stuff
feels
back
wrong.
here. I know.
It's like you
It's
just
like
ripped
you
my
took us
eyeballs out
behind
and
the
made your
damn
way with
screen.
them.
It still
Oh, you
hides
know
the
what?
desk and the mic very well.
It does. So you know what I could do to really make you uncomfortable? We go back to this setting.
Oh,
What?
God, what?
Please don't.
Well,
Oh
why
god.
not?
No,
Hi
I can't
there.
even look at you when you have that
Welcome.
filter on.
Oh.
Ugh.
Burn it with fire.
That's
Yeah.
because it doesn't take into account the shadows on my eyes. It's the reason it looks so weird, because it looks like my eyes are almost glowing if I do that. I probably ought to have one fill light right here, but
It has nothing
You
to
look
do with the
fine.
unnatural
You look
stare.
great.
oh no, thank you, I appreciate that. No, it has absolutely
Oh,
nothing to do with the unnatural stare.
Oh yeah, you got to get your best Kubrick stare in here.
Oh gosh, yeah. Yes. So creepy.
All I see are your eyes.
I'm sorry, I have a naturally creepy face.
That's true.
Marvelous.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that was all live.
Yes, it was.
Hi.
I've just been
We're just having
adjusting
fun.
audio and stuff while you're all gibber jabbing.
Hey Michael, how you doing?
Hey, that's his name.
I'm doing good.
He is good. I was glad.
I was good. I was real good.
He's Let's
Actually,
go,
no.
man.
Cool.
Legitimately, today can just go pound sand. I'm ready to
Uh-huh.
play some TTRPGs and forget.
Yeah,
Oh, it's one of
100%.
those.
Today has been one of those days.
Mhm.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys.
It's all right. We survived.
Today was a piece of shit. I'm just kidding. I enjoyed today.
I mean,
Yeah, well, I mean, it was
Yeah, I had
stressful.
a good
Yeah,
day.
there was a lot of stupid stuff that happened, but it's no. It's more
That's
energy to
been-
worry about that shit than it is to actually be upset about it. So why
Yeah.
be upset?
That's a very good way of putting that scenario.
you have a valid point. Alrighty.
Don't worry.
Let's have some
Well,
fun.
and we
Let's have
just-
this thing. Let's roll some dice and I don't know.
Did I miss anything? Or have you guys
No,
just started?
literally nothing. We've
No,
been
no.
gibber jabbering.
Nothing.
You,
Yep.
you came back before we even went to the that post intro pause or whatever you call it.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you made very good time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice.
So,
I will need to be grabbing edibles while not edibles, eating things to eat.
Do
Oh,
share.
I know.
Do share.
No, I meant
Uh,
the literal meaning of the word, not the
the
not
sneaky
other one.
snacks. Here requireth the sneaky snacks.
I mean, it wouldn't.
Hmm.
Anywho,
So who wants to do the recap?
Oh yeah. How about we do a collaborative effort because we didn't exactly write down what we did.
One word each person running around.
One word each
clockwise.
person.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
Oh no.
All right.
Okay, so starting
Last.
from no. We start with
Ty.
Smython, then we go to Bella, then Irvin, then me, then Will High, then back to Smython again.
Oh,
How's that work?
gosh. All right.
okay. All right, so I'm going to agree, though, with last.
Time.
In.
The shit, he's not here.
In the shit, he's not here.
And the shit, he's not here.
That collapsed
That was,
quickly.
you know, that kind of described a lot of what happened, though.
Yeah. It's stuck.
Yeah, it's like, oh hey, the boss is and he
Okay,
is now
I'm gonna-
with the ancestors.
I'm gonna try to do it, but I'm gonna try to do it in a different way. Okay, so last time on Mystery of Blodheim, like, we totally went to the surface, fought a bunch of these ships, destroyed a bunch of them, sent a few of them into the ground, just blowing up into little tiny pieces. There was really no biggie. I mean, seriously, it was so easy. But then they dropped something on the ground and it was like super weird, and Bella kept thinking it wanted to be a pet, and then Irvin was like super conscious about it and whatever was going on. Donovan the whole time just sitting in the background going, whatevs, while Will High is sitting inside this plane with his tiny little baby just taking care of whatever it is. And then suddenly we find ourselves on the middle of a beach, standing there like nothing's happening. Earth or home, whatever it's called, has crashed to the ground. We're supposed to unleash the silly purple dragon or something like that with a, what are they called? It was a stupid name. The followers of the Brotherhood of the Purple Dragon? Like the Dragon Purple? I don't know. It was stupid. I can't even remember it anymore. But then we ended up actually figuring it out. Irvin shot a bunch of people in the head, kneecapped Bella's father, shot the queen inside the head. Donovan ended up turning into a tree, a rock, water, whatever it was. He just shifted all over the place and became something completely different, while Will High lied his way through an entire conversation and ended up winning us our freedom from the thing, even though it's technically entirely us, but really it was just Will High. Oh my god, he's so hot. Anyway, we're actually not going to be ending up doing anything with the silly purple dragon thing, because we just ended up looking at the guy and just going bang, 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 and he popped into a million little tiny pieces, every single one of us putting our energies together. It worked out in the end. Irvin fell asleep. Donovan did something. Will High did something as well. I think he still has the baby or something like that. And then Bella is just whatever. There you go.
Thank you, Becky. That was lovely.
Okay,
And who
so
were
since
you
that
trying
we're
to channel
stealing,
there?
That was pretty good improv, I gotta say.
since we're stealing other people's accents, Murray's accent is now mine.
Oh.
Oh my gosh.
If only,
That's right,
if only you
everyone.
could do it.
This is the lore keeper's
Oh, wait.
accent.
Oh, okay. I
That's-
thought
that's all
that's
Lord
what
Keeper's
you were
accent.
going for. Actually,
Yeah.
very good impression of Smython. Smithon.
Oh
Sorry.
gosh.
Others.
Smithers.
Look, I did not talk anything like that, okay? You guys are just a bunch of negative Nellies. So anyway, you're all sitting down there in the clearing. I'm not going to do that the whole time, I promise. That's just not going to work.
We're sounding a little bit more like Ned Flanders,
Oh,
too.
no.
Gosh.
Aha,
Okay.
diddly.
All right, so the first thing that's going to happen is you're all scattered around there, and oh no, that's not the right one either. Irvin's
Another one out of
asleep.
the hat. I think Donnie's still
That's a good
carrying
point.
Irvin.
Irvin's asleep.
Irvin's asleep. Donnie's awake. Everybody else is just kind of like, oh god.
Boop.
And the whole town is obviously ecstatic, and Kyrie, is that what I called him?
Yeah, Kaya.
Kaya, thank you. I have it written down. I know it's bad that I can't remember my own NPCs.
I only remember because he's technically important to Donovan's stories, so.
Right.
And he's the only named NPC down here.
Kaya looks a little bit poleaxed, and he goes, "Boy, we actually won. Oh, I don't think that's ever happened before in the history of my tribe.
You've never won.
We've always been scattered, destroyed, or just ran away. Running away is a good
Oh.
option half the time.
You mean you've never had a victory?
Well, not against
understand.
them. No.
Well, consider this the turning of the tides. We are
Are
not
you
going to
Gandalf
let
or
this happen
something?
again. No. We're turning the tides. We're not. We're. Although we did kind of not let them pass.
Eh,
Except for those two houses on the north side of town
Yeah.
that we don't talk about.
Right. Well, obviously, there's a lot of damage around the village, and there's some
The poor
rebuilding
houses.
that is going to need to be done. There were a couple of injuries. Thankfully, it looks like nobody died by some miracle. The children were able to be retrieved without too much difficulty. And except for one who decided that he needed to play hide and seek against everybody, but they found him eventually.
Oh gosh.
In how
That's
many
terrifying.
pieces?
Damn
What?
it, Billy!
Um,
What did we tell you about wandering off?
Obviously, the villagers extend the option to rest, even though technically the sun is, I think, rising at this point. We fast forwarded through time a bit there.
Oh, damn, the
sun-
food's cold.
Sun's
Aw.
rising, but I think everybody could do with a long rest, so they have graciously offered their hospitality if you wish to rest for the night.
I mean, I will, but Donnie didn't actually take any damage.
I have no.
Thanks,
no
Irvin.
spells left.
Irvin took all of
HP.
the damage.
Mostly it's up to myself.
Yeah. It's like,
Irvin?
I'm not letting the party get hit. He's just... He doesn't do
Irvin is
himself.
the definition of stop hitting yourself. I'm just saying.
Stop
Gosh.
hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself.
Yeah, except every time he hits himself, somebody else explodes.
That's why he does it.
I think
That's why he
that's a good
doesn't stop.
trade-off.
God, that's
I'm gonna mess you up.
Why is he hitting himself? And then you realize all your backup is gone. Oh, God!
It's the Umbrella Academy. When they go to the future and then they come back again, there's one of the superheroes that takes their place has this thing where if you hit him, you hit yourself in the same spot with the same force, but his nerve endings are gone
Wow.
and only you can feel it. So shooting him, you're shooting yourself like in the shoulder if you do that. It's insane superpower, but yeah.
Yeah.
Reminds me of the Shield Maiden. Any damage done to her is done to you.
Threefold. I don't know.
Well, except it was an Ogloff comic, so you can imagine how it went.
Yes. Yes, I can.
Bum, 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 I've been feeling it, waiting so long.
Yeah, I would like to take a nap.
I'm gonna take a nap, but I actually took no hit point damage from that entire fight. I did, however, burn through a lot of my abilities that I was using that fight.
Somehow I did take some damage, and I don't know when.
Oh, it was probably from psychic attack.
Ah!
Yeah, Screechy
Hey.
boy.
I'm not very wise, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
What is Bella's
But-
wisdom again?
-1. I got an 8 wisdom.
Okay, so you know, in that regard, Donnie being the bodyguard having 12 wisdom actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That actually does.
Will I only has 9 wisdom. I think he uses it differently.
What's your intelligence, though?
Should be high.
He's got a 14 in intelligence.
Okay,
Okay,
well,
that makes
yeah,
more sense.
yeah, because Will High has rapidly become the brains of this operation since Irvin
I was
has bad
actually asking
ideas
Donnie,
and
but-
Donnie has no ideas.
Hey, not bad ideas. I do actually. My intelligence is 12 and my wisdom's 13.
Nah, not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have 12
That comes
wisdom
20.
and 8 intelligence.
What's your charisma,
Okay,
Irvin?
so we have exact opposite.
8. My charisma is 8. Hence why I
charisma
have
is
no
also
chill.
As where I'm sitting on 20.
Will Highs is 19.
Nice.
Yeah, we're the bodyguards. We're not the face. You know, you guys are the celebrities, and we're just here to make sure that nobody hurts the faces.
Face.
Where's my
Bullet
sunglasses?
sponge.
I can't be
Face,
seen by
bullet
these
sponge.
peasants.
No, of
I
course
wouldn't
not.
even call myself a bullet sponge. At this point, I'm like a bullet breaker. Like, punch me.
Now what?
Hit me. I want you to hit me.
Come on.
Right in the face.
All right. As
Keep it
the
daily.
Tangerine, hello.
as the rooster crows, everybody lays down and takes a long rest. In the middle.
What
there
the
a
hell
rooster?
is that?
I forgot about that.
Do they have roosters down here, or are they
Yes,
still
they
glorp
have-
spirits?
No, they have roosters down here.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, it's not a feathered glorp sphere. It's just
A
feathered.
full-on
It's
cock?
just feathered.
Yes.
Yes. So, Donnie has a dream in the middle of the night where he is standing out in the middle of a clearing. It looks a lot like the clearing they're in now, just with no houses, no development whatsoever. And floating in front of Donnie is the green dragon, the guardian.
Ooh boy, that's right. I made a deal with a dragon soul, didn't I?
You gonna multi-class into Eldritch Knight?
I don't know what I am at this point. Donnie is the forest.
Warlock?
I don't know. Does it count if my patron is inside of me?
Ooh, baby.
I have a new idea for a warlock. On another note. Ugh.
Bella was originally going to be a warlock.
I thought about it, and then I realized warlock is just a freaking subclass here in Pathfinder 1E. Actually, it's an archetype of a different class, so it doesn't have all the nice little flares of.
Warlocks are princesses. They go running to daddy every time they need something.
That's right, and that's perfect for Bella.
Yeah.
So, anyway, the
sounds
dragon. You can kind of hear the dragon's voice just rumbling all around you as he says, "Son of the forest, your aid was timely. Your return more still. Your people need you. Accept the mantle of the guardian and protect these, your friends and family."
Will I be able to go back to home for the time being? I got some unfinished business up there that needs done in order to protect the people down here. Just want to make sure that I'm not signing up for.
So long as you keep your people in your mind and heart, you may go where you are needed.
Sign me up.
I am too old. I cannot protect these people any longer. I was but a corpse resting in the ground for centuries, until their combined life and vigor and need pulled me from the ground. But you are alive. You are one of them. You are the guardian of the forest now. Take my power and my wisdom and keep them safe.
I can only promise to do the best I can. Donnie cracks his knuckles and reaches his hand out to. I'm assuming you're still in like dragon form, so I guess I'm gonna shake a claw here.
That'd be a little bit dark. The dragon will simply bend his head down and push the center of his forehead into your hand. So, Donna, you gain 1 wisdom and 1 constitution.
Oh hell yeah! Okay, now I need to figure out how to do that. One moment.
Just write it down somewhere.
And
Yeah, I'll figure out how it goes in Hero Lab
Yep.
later.
And obviously, you have the stone skin ability that is a lot better than it used to be, that you got
Yeesh.
last time. He goes, "And now I rest, guardian of the forest. Farewell." And he fades into dust that blows away as the dream fades around you.
Oof. Okay. Oh, the boss is gonna have to hear about this at some point, and then Donnie is going to go back to bed.
Um,
Got a lot to take in there.
all of you also have a nightmare in which you hear the roar again. But this time it is a roar of anger rather than just a mindless scream.
Who poked the beast?
We killed the messenger.
We all
Genghis
did.
Khan is angry.
We all poked the beast.
The
Who
beast.
poked
We crossed the
beast, they
streams.
say. That was us.
We just straight up crossed the streams to take care of him, so there's gonna be some.
We've all crossed streams. We are all now permanently attached.
Bella
Weird.
also has a dream. And in that dream, she is standing in her childhood bedroom, except that everything Bella looks like she's about this tall. Everything is just huge, stretching off in all directions. And standing above you, towering above you, you see two figures. One that is pitch black and one that is pure white. And they seem to be arguing about something. You can hear
Mommy.
the words, but you can't understand them.
How annoying.
Hmm?
How annoying. Okay.
Do you do anything?
I'm like pixie sized.
Yeah, like Barbie sized at most.
Barbie, yay. I always wanted to be a Barbie. My little tiny voice. I want to try and like scream at them. Me! I can't hear you.
Hold on a second. Is that a knock? No, I think so. Okay. Sorry. Suddenly they stop talking, and the two figures turn to face you. You still can't make out any features of them, but you know that their attention is on you. And you're pretty sure it's the dark one that says, "Sleep, my child. You are not ready for this yet." And the other voice, you're pretty sure is the light one, says, "She is ready for this. You have kept her back. It's time to let her free,
This
child.
definitely sounds like mommy and daddy.
Dear child, go back to sleep. The time will come for this choice, but it is not now." And then the two figures resume arguing back and forth in that just out of hearing set of voices.
This is very annoying. I don't like it. I don't like being ignored. I want to try and get up higher so I can hear them.
As you do that, a giant donut rolls across the floor past you.
Oh my god. That is
And then
either
the
very
dream-
big or I am very tiny.
And then the dream just kind of devolves into one of those weird dreams where the donut's talking to you and you have to find the sprinkle army to get the donut back, and, you know, just normal nonsensical dream.
Normal Alice in Wonderland,
Yeah.
Malakota shit.
Malika, yeah.
I
Did you
felt
guys
like
remember-
that dream was going to be more important than it ended up being.
Do you guys remember the AI art of the donut with the machine gun?
No,
What?
I don't think so.
I'll go flag it in Discord.
Okay. So, Everybody wakes up probably, I'd say, about 2 p.m. So still daylight left, but definitely slept a good chunk of the day away.
I
Greeted.
must have ate something bad or something. I had the weirdest dream.
The
Really? What did you dream?
I had to help like a donut army with sprinkles or something.
Oh,
It was weird.
I had a dream where I talked with a dragon in the forest. He said I'm the guardian of the forest now. I still don't exactly know what that means.
So, Donnie, from behind you, with absolutely no warning, you hear the voice of your grandmother saying, "He is right. The guardian of the forest you now are."
Wait, how did you know that? Were you in the dream too? At this point,
No,
I wouldn't be
child.
surprised.
No, child, these old eyes have been watching the forest for nearly 100 years now. And in that time, I've noticed a few things. I could see as soon as you set foot here that you were destined for this role.
Just by looking at him?
Indeed. I said nothing. I did not want to scare him. And did not want to look like a crazy old woman if I was wrong.
Most people are
But
just
it
afraid of
seems
him.
I was right.
I mean, to be fair, considering the events of the last couple of days, everything is just a little bit crazy.
You have a great destiny, my child. You are going to help save us. Save all of us. Those who dwell here and those who dwell up there. You need only listen to what your heart tells you. That, or the indigestion, it's never 100%.
Told you we ate
Well, I don't
something
think it's too
weird.
much indigestion. We kind of just let that food out there on the table. Feel bad.
He goes, we will rebuild. We will replenish. You
That-
hopefully have bought us time.
That and the goats were looking extra fat this morning, so I'm sure it'll pay off down the line.
Kaya comes up and says, "We have the village." Sorry, wrong voice again.
It is hard to just magically slip into an Australian accent out of the blue.
I used to be a lot better with the whole voice transition thing than I am now. I just don't think I use it as often.
On your cues. Oi, oi, oi. How you doing that,
Yo.
mate?
The beer is in the pickup truck.
The beer is in the pickup truck.
Yeah.
Honky tonk.
But anyway.
He's
It
over there
was
having
needed, but-
flashbacks to his bar times.
Yes,
Right.
I did. Genuinely just had a flashback to that honky tonk, that pongo wong. I have no idea what the words were, but.
I always sub in Tonka truck. Honky
Honky
tonk, Tonka truck.
That pongo pong. Oh,
I swear Donovan is not that kind of country.
This is terrible.
Ah,
We'll repair the village from here. We'll actually try to do a better job of camouflaging everything too, in case they come back. I don't claim to know what's going on. I don't know why you were sent here, but I have to thank you. Without your help, I don't know if we could have driven the invaders back.
To be fair, we just showed up for pancakes, and we ended up here kind of by mistake, to be honest.
Perhaps
It's true.
perhaps it was the Guardian that led you here when you needed to be here. You never know. Oh yeah, I suspect though that you've got other things to deal with.
We need to figure out a plan of action, because...
Sorry, my throat gave out.
Oh, no worries.
take
Hydrate
some water.
away.
I
Hydrated,
literally just did.
hydrate.
Yeah. Well,
A lot of this was
Chug
I mean,
gallons of water.
Paimon's mother led us down here. Where is
Lettuce?
she? Did she have any more plans for what was going on?
Crix is our ride back home.
Yeah.
So
Crix walks back up and says, "By some miracle, they didn't damage the ship. I don't know if they didn't see it or what." Well, I slipped into Australian there. Good. Look, it has been a long day. Okay, I'm lucky I'm here.
Don't we have our own ship? Or I think Will
Yeah, no, they're-
has a ship.
well, that's a
Oh, that's-
fighter.
They
So
did-
like a
yeah, you
one-person
guys technically
fighter.
have a fighter, but
Does that not fly?
it'll. Well, it
mean,
does.
Oh, it flies.
Look, it does, but you're gonna have to sit in somebody's lap. So
I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, I was like,
Yes,
I don't think Bella might.
but if it's just you two, it's not a problem. But otherwise, I'm gonna be sitting on your lap,
Oh.
and you're gonna be sitting on his lap.
Just inside another room,
Oh,
there's a
big
very loud.
sandwich.
When Irvin comes walking out, I'm like, I don't
Irvin's
think
up.
Bella cares to sit on anyone's lap. You can probably just hang onto the ship while it flies, and I can fly myself.
See? There you
That
go.
probably work. I wonder,
Crix
I wonder if
says,
support all that way.
"Well, no." Crix says, "I'm telling you, the ship is ready. We can go. It works."
I'm going to be honest. If I have to choose between riding in a ship without an inertial dampener or surfing on top of a fighter, I'm okay going in the carrier.
All you young people, you're so overdramatic.
Like I don't need to cheat death every time I do something. I'm happy of flying with the
Just call
fox
me
again.
young.
No, I
Huh?
said.
No, not you, her.
Oh.
Oh yeah, no. And she looks and goes, "Right, I forget you're older than dirt."
It's fine. The
So-
tips are pointed off. It's understandable. No human. Humans are filthy. No offense, Donnie.
Says the man who has at least one half
Will
human in him.
I?
You only
Wait, you are
apologize to
human?
Donnie?
Oh, hey. Well, hi. Didn't see you there.
Well,
Yeah,
hi.
you really should apologize to the actual human, because at this point we don't know what Donnie is.
Oh, that's a fair point. Deal with it, Will High. I'm just kidding.
Oh.
Sorry, Donnie.
no, you
Or
should.
Will High.
Sorry. No, you should have totally.
Sorry, Irvin.
No, you should have just
apologize
been.
to
You should have
yourself.
just been. Oh, you're right. Sorry, you had to hear that. Oh. All right. So, are you guys going to ride with Crix, or are you guys going to all attempt to pile into the fighter?
I am
No.
happy riding with Crix.
Riding with
Well,
Chris.
Well, I was,
Okay.
I was asking Crix, like, did you have any other plan for being down here, or was it just to show us off? Or show
she
us
said-
the planet?
Show us
And she
off,
said,
eh?
goes, "Oh no, it was just to let Donnie Boy here figure out where he came from."
Yeah, we weren't expecting
Oh, this was
to.
just a family reunion.
We weren't expecting to fight Holmes' military police, but hey, just
How did they
wondering.
know we came down here?
Just
Did
wondering.
we just make it weirdly in time?
the amulets from our little Negretti heist? Did we return those to the Malakota, or
No.
I don't think so.
Oh wait,
so? Do we still have them then, right? And
Theoretically.
the
Doesn't,
communication.
doesn't the boss have one of the other ones?
Yeah, boss has
we
got one.
should've.
Oh, so we can talk to the people back on home if we need to.
You might want to leave one of those necklaces with the chief.
Yeah, that is a good
Maybe we could.
idea.
I wonder if anyone would think of that.
Think of what? I didn't say anything. You guys had,
Yeah.
had this great idea.
No, but Donnie would give his to his sister just to be on the safe side. Hey, Vala, where are you hiding it?
Yes,
And she there's not even a puff of smoke. She just like appears next to you, like walks out from behind you.
I pass her the amulet. Look, this will let you talk to these fellas right here. Use it to keep in touch with me.
Well, and she kind of looks around and she says, I think I'm staying here, big brother.
Yes, that's the point. You're
Yeah,
going to need some
I
way to
think-
communicate.
Yes, they need me, and maybe they can help me learn. And she looks down at her hand as it fades slightly into smoke. Figure out what I am and why this happened.
Wait, no, stop. We need your help. Please
too
come
bad.
with us.
I mean, on one hand, she is a very powerful NPC that manages to knock some shit out. On the other hand, Donovan does not want his little sister going back to home because Donnie has some misapprehensions as to what home might look like when we get back. By the way, where is that surviving pilot at? I'm going to torture him for information
Do you
before
mean
we
the
leave.
Baba?
No, not the baby. The one I knocked
Ooh.
out. The one that Kaya knocked out. We left for later because Donnie's gonna torture him for information before we go back.
They've got him tied to a tree a little ways off.
Oh, good. He's already ready to offer to the forest when we're done.
Children
Well,
of
see,
the forest, come find
need
your
to-
meal.
We need to know what he knows. We need to know if they came here on the orders of the council, if they came here on the orders of Father, or if there's something else going on that we don't know about.
I know
we
exactly
damn
how to do
sure-
that.
Look at his mouth.
Well, there's a
first,
whole
make sure
order of
there's
the
nothing
purple
in there
dragon,
that will
apparently.
End him.
I got an idea.
What was that, Bella?
What's the order of the purple dragon?
This.
Check his teeth.
Oh yeah, the other pilots, the ones in the other big shippy thingy. When I threaten them, they.
Oh,
off
yeah.
themselves with things. So it'd be better if you just remove all the teeth.
Oh,
Start
yeah,
with
he's
those
probably
first. Leave his
I
mouth
think he's
open.
probably got a gag in his mouth, so he can't bite down.
You guys, you guys walk over to him. This particular pilot appears to be older, and he has no teeth.
Oh, too bad for him.
Wah, wah.
Well, I mean, I guess he's not going to have to deal with the pain of me pulling him out, so.
All right, so who wants to start? I feel like on a pain Scoville level, we've got Wilhigh being the gentle one, Bella being the less bleeding to death, more scorching one, you bleeding to death, blunt force.
Will High
trauma.
walks up to the pilot and says, "Hey, who do you work for?"
That's probably the right choice.
Start with the good cop, and then Will High will go with good cop, and then Donovan will go for the kneecaps if that doesn't work.
He looks around at all of you like you're nuts and says, "You know who I work for? I
Actually-
work for home."
Yeah, actually, who do you work for? Is it a noble?
He goes, "What? No, I'm part of the military. I've been
Yeah.
part of the military since I was younger, or since I was your age, or whatever. I don't know. Like, wow, my old man is terrible today."
Hey,
Yeah,
Jim
but
Eric,
who's
how'd you
this?
get down here? Was this your new cover?
Well,
Nah, this
so
guy
why
actually
were you
looks old.
ordered down here then?
Son, clearly, based on how you've dressed, you don't understand what military means. When you're in the military, they treat you like mushrooms.
Mushrooms, eh?
Keep you in the
Yeah.
dark and feed you shit.
Keep you in the dark and feature Glorpspear shit.
Sorry, that's a phrase. That actually is a phrase in my family.
That's hilarious.
You were not prepared, were you?
I was not prepared.
He goes, We were told to come down here and get rid of another terrorist encampment, just like we've done for years.
Terrorist encampment?
Oh
You-
yeah.
You realize these people live in wooden huts, right?
Oh, that's how they trick you. There's terrorists just as much as you. Just insert old-timey euphemism here for something. Doing great, guys. I'm doing so good today.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That's the easiest way to.
Donnie's going to turn around and take a quick walk away before he does something bad.
This
He
this is
avoided
Will
the
High
question.
Show. This is Will High Show. Don't get angry.
What was that, Irvin?
He avoided the question. He didn't actually answer what we asked. He dashed around it.
It's true.
Who's your commanding officer?
And he looks at you and says, "Why would I tell you that? You're clearly in league with them."
Clearly. And he pulls out. Actually, I'm trying to remember. Does Wilhai have anything that like relates to Vindicator status? Hold on. Let me go back through notes.
Oh yeah, didn't you have a Vindicator's badge or something like that?
I don't think there was a specific badge. I just like remembered a number. Because like it was super Black Ops. So it probably wouldn't work to try it on this guy. I'm just trying to think of like some sort of security clearance code.
I don't remember the
you
Franco
have
well enough.
You have the extension on your staff that lets you open, theoretically lets you open the maintainer tunnels.
Mhm.
I don't remember you having something, but that doesn't mean you don't. Check your notes.
It would have been back when we were having that conversation with Franco, but that's been a while back.
Yeah.
Do
'Cause
you
Franco
want me
has the amulet that-
to peer into
What was
his
that?
mind?
Oh, there you go. Forgot about that ability.
I didn't hear, what was it?
Do you want me to peer into his mind?
Oh, you could do that?
Oh, that's right. We have a.
That'd be a lot easier.
All right, Bella, it's your turn. Peel
I'm
his
gonna
brain like an
cast-
onion.
Well, before there's brain peeling, I do just want to let you know that we are working for the best interests of home. Also,
That's
I-
what a terrorist would say.
I work for the Queen.
Okay, what in the hell is a
No.
terrorist? When does home ever have?
Not
Actually,
something
we
a
haven't heard
terrorist
anything
would
about home
say.
terrorist attacks. So
Think about how
Technically,
closely they controlled.
we all work for
think-
the team.
Think about how closely they controlled the data that you have available. Now imagine what they do to the military. You
I
guys
just-
didn't even know there was a military.
yeah, I just kind of imagine if there was a terrorist attack, we would all just forget anyone was ever existing.
So,
Meta,
anyway,
yeah, of course, it makes sense that there would be a military, but in actuality,
What you
Bella had no idea.
The fact that home has a military that is capable of force projection to the other side of the planet is a shocker, I gotta say.
I thought that these guys were gonna be maintainers, piloting the ships. To be
That-
honest.
That would have made plenty of sense. Ooh, look at the wet boy.
Buddy.
oh look, there's the chonkers.
Oh,
He's much
so-
less
He's not
chunky
as
now.
chunky anymore.
Oh, is he? Oh,
been
That's a
Um,
lot.
hello, Mr. Oh, there's the Mr. Byron.
Byron.
Hey, Byron.
So
Aw.
handsome.
I love how the entire game just gets derailed.
I
every
wasn't
time.
expecting that strong a reaction right away.
Hey, he doesn't show up on camera very much. He's not
No,
like
no,
Jeb,
it's-
who's here every stream. Like
Yeah.
you even
No,
see
it's just,
Jeb
it's
right
just
now.
funny.
So
shorty.
Bella is just gonna like lean in like really close to him and be like, any part of your brain you don't want me flaying open and peering into? Any embarrassing things you don't want me to disclose?
My browser history.
This man at this point looks like the epitome of scare-roused. What? It's a legitimate. It's a legitimate feeling, okay? And he goes.
He's like,
She
he
looks
goes,
at you with her glowing red eyes. She's like,
My mama warned me about women like you.
hmm.
I was hoping she
Sultry
was
eyes!
right.
Sultry eyes!
All right.
I will now cast Detect Thoughts. It is a concentration check. It is a
This way.
DC of 19.
Okay. Yeah, there we go.
Totally didn't roll one. What are you talking about? Oh yeah, he's gonna fight you the whole way.
Uh-huh.
I rolled that. That was the equivalent of him saying I like trains.
I like trains. You detect surface thoughts. The amount of information revealed depends on how long you study a particular area or subject. And apparently this has like 3 different rounds that we can do.
Hold on, let me
Interesting.
look it up.
A presence or absence of thoughts is round 1, and that's from conscious creatures with an intelligence score of 1 or higher.
Intervention depends on how long you study a particular subject. Okay, first round. Presence or absence of thoughts from conscious creatures with intelligence scores. Okay. So basically, this is, I think, if you were doing this in combat, is why it's broken down into rounds.
Wow. Why would you
so
try
it's like,
that in combat?
You never know. There's
Okay.
actually
Figure out
times
what
I could
they're
see
up
that
I
being
wouldn't.
useful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
Figure out
so
their
second round,
strategy.
number of thinking minds, intelligence score of each. One's higher than your own until you are stunned. The spell does not let you determine the location of thinking minds.
Casting time, 1 action. Oh, I guess you could. Huh.
Have another chance. I don't think we have to worry about most of that since we're doing this out of combat.
Okay. Cool.
I just rolled a generic will save against it, and yeah, like I said, there's not a whole lot that's standing in your way. So
All right.
this guy's
Dig.
so this guy's well, once you get past the very obvious thoughts that he's desperately trying to hide about what he wants to do with you, you get in further. His history and memories play out a lot like a World War II type of film, where recruited secretly yet when he was younger, sworn to secrecy, fed all kinds of propaganda about how there are terrorists everywhere and they're a threat to home, and it is for the safety and security of all of us that we must do our duty. They have been doing runs like this on the planet for decades. At this point, it's been going on for a while. They actually used to just like paratroop off, and then they had this really elaborate system with really long ropes that they like jump up and catch with hooks and grab. And then at some point somebody found these craft, and with Father's help they figured out how to fly them, and the runs got more and more sophisticated. What an interesting tidbit that you're able to pick up from his mind is that these craft are extremely handicapped at the moment. They should be capable of much faster speeds and of much higher weapons outputs, but it's like somebody has a kid mode turned on. They estimate they're only getting about 20% of the abilities of these craft, and they believe that there are more of these, but they actually only have a few of these craft. You guys effectively wiped out a solid third of the fleet that they have in operation. They did not have very many. They would hit different places at different times to make it look like there were more, but they really do not have that much. He is fully convinced that he is doing the right thing. He believes that he has sacrificed a lot to keep home safe, to keep people safe. As far as he's concerned, in a non-arrogant way, he's a hero in his own mind. Like not like a, oh, look at me, I'm a hero, but like a, I have working my hardest to make sure that my world doesn't come crumbling down around me. And he is extremely confused by all of you because you don't look anything like the supposed terrorists that he has been fighting.
Can I try
What
to
does a terrorist look like?
see what that is supposed to look like to him?
Well, I mean, basically what the I shouldn't call them the forest people, but the people that live down on the planet look like.
Oh.
I just call them the forest tribe at the moment.
So
works.
they have been indoctrinated that these people that live down here are the terrorists.
Yep. And the reason
Okay.
they've been told that the reason they level their villages is because if they're allowed to grow too strong in any one place, they'll be able to launch a counterattack back at home. They have been fed the lie that these people left home a long time ago and have been trying to destroy it ever since because they hate home. They're never explained why they hate home, but that's what they're told. And you can tell, based upon most of his memories, that this is exactly what the rest of Home's secret military is told and believes.
Okay.
So they're all hyped up on propaganda. Wonderful.
So you guys are gonna get this second hand from Bella, as she has to reiterate what
I need
She
to hear this,
had-
please. I need to hear this.
right.
Please tell me the limitations
So-
of this information now, please,
So as
please.
far as he's
Mhm,
concerned, Home is daddy, and
Hi, Becky.
We've gone straight back around to the intro.
yep.
How you
That's what we
doing,
gotta do.
Becky? Hi.
So basically, this guy's life seems very boring. Something about being like a war hero or something. I don't know. I can tell that they have a lot more ships than they brought here. Well, a little bit more, but
How much is a
these
lot more?
guys, like, meh, you know, we took out probably a good half of their supply of ships that they found, and are ironically too stupid to figure out how to actually use.
Oh, that's
That was
reassuring.
quite funny to me. Anyway, so it sounds like maybe they're a lot more powerful than these pitiful little fools could
And-
actually manage to do.
This was this like the cream of the crop, or was this their, was this their penal legion that you send in when you just want to get rid of somebody? I
Well,
imagine with hardware like this, these guys are definitely not scraping the barrel.
this one seems to think he's the cream of the crop. I think in his mind at least, is pretty hot stuff or whatever.
Screw you,
Slipping
Missy.
into Jasper.
Screw. I was one of the best.
Keyword was.
Heh. Bastards, you caught me a week before my retirement.
I'm just
Yeah.
What a
wondering.
shame.
Just
At
gotta
least you're
wonder.
not dead. You can
How
still
many
retire.
times have you done these little missions out here on the surface against these little villages?
Like
How many times?
decades. It looks like long time. They
Hmm.
think that these people down here are the terrorists to home.
You know these are just forest hippies, right? They just drink, eat, and bang. There's not a lot going on here anymore. Hell, if you go back before then, they were just murdering each other.
It sounds like you falling for their propaganda just like everybody else.
Do you see a propaganda outlet here? Do you see a newspaper? That roof is thatched. That
No,
woman
I'll
is barefoot.
I'll tell you what I saw. I saw a damn dragon come out of the ground and turn one of my men into a baby. I saw this feller over here take something's head clean off by pointing at him and saying bang. And I saw you pull my fighter out of the sky. So yeah, I'm pretty
You
sure
mean
they're
you mean the
right.
fighters that you sent here to murder a bunch of villagers? I don't know. It seems like turnabout was fair play in this situation.
Yeah,
I,
we're residents of
Oh,
home.
Yeah, little
I
buddy,
just,
do you recognize
Hey.
any of us?
What? No, I don't recognize you.
Okay, that's a
probably a
mob
good
boss's daughter. I used to be a hitman for one of them. That is a hitman for one of them. Bodyguard, more like, but kinda. Him, well,
Sometimes both.
he was a big wig at some point, but then he lost his memories or something. I don't even actually know him. That his name's Will High. Fun guy. But we're from home.
That's Will.
Why?
It's Wilhelm Mushroom now.
Blodheim mushroom. Yeah. He grows on walls. He's a fun guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We're from home. We came from there. We're not from this place here.
Then that means you're worse than a terrorist. You're a criminal.
Here's a question for you.
You ever bothered
When-
to ask them anything, ever land
the
and
word
talk to
traitor's
anybody? Have
not
you ever
better
done
than
any
just criminal.
negotiations with the people down here? Or have you just listened to whatever the fuck you were told?
I think it's just
I'm
been
a
bombs
s-
away.
I'm a soldier. I followed my orders.
And who gave you those damn orders? Tell us already.
And when did these orders come down? This specific raid that you came on today, how long have you guys been planning this?
You're just gonna kill me anyway, so I don't know why I bother.
You know, if
No,
you tell us
no,
enough,
no.
we might let you go into the forest.
I'm gonna put my hand on his shoulder and be like, we won't kill you right away. We'll take your toes first. And then start working on each individual small bone inside your feet, removing one at a time, while making sure that you stay alive. Then we'll slowly
Grandma,
work
get the
our
meat
way
slicer.
up your legs. Then start working on your fingers. Then we'll take your nose. We'll take everything you don't need to survive. We'll make it painful. But if you
Yeah,
tell
you'll
us,
Probably leave his ears.
we'll make it quick.
Yodeling potato.
So you're gonna leave his ears so that he can hear every cry of what is that thing?
To the pain.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
The pain.
You're gonna
He
keep
goes-
his tongue too, because we need to be able to tell what he's saying. Although we may have to take some of. What? That's right. He has no teeth. We're good. We're good.
So he shakes his head and goes, I should have listened to Matilda and taken that early retirement package. Lord, she's never gonna let me hear the end of this. She'll probably
Matilda.
come down, find me like that,
That's
and
your
let me
wife's
have the end
name?
of it.
Oh, good. Then we know who to start with next.
Oh.
Oh,
Uh-oh. Oh dear.
Michael, how have
come
the
back.
arts decided to quit?
No! And now we're all buggered.
You can leave it on him.
There we go.
That was not the right button.
No, it was not.
Nope. To be fair, there is a big red hang up button there that is always possible to press. So
That's
True.
fair. Yeah. No. And he says, this was a routine mission. It's been on the books for at least 3 weeks. This was supposed to
From
be my
father.
last before I retired.
if they've been planning this for 3 weeks, then this ain't in response to us. They
What
weren't here to
books?
expect us.
What'd you say?
What books?
All right. So, you see, the boss has this amazing invention. He takes sheets of cured animal skin and he binds them together between 2 pieces of leather and he calls it a book.
Great. You just acknowledge that you have a boss. Who is he? What's his name? Who is she? What's her name?
You think he believes it's father? Did I don't
Don't
know if
put
I
words inside
actually
his
pinned
mouth.
that
Let him
down.
answer for himself.
Well, she did
You
read
see
his
that in
mind.
his mind.
And he looks and says, my commanding officer is General Tasmia Markov.
Write that down. Write that down.
And yes, you heard me right. I answer to a general. Because I am a hero. Disrespectful hooligans.
Says the guy who comes down and literally wipes out villages because the hippies there are too tall.
If
That's
they
not
just get a
good.
job, they wouldn't be hippies. No.
Woo! It's a fun story, actually. While I was in Vegas, we got inside one of the Uber drivers, and they all guessed we were from Colorado because I looked like a hippie.
That's
What?
the reasoning. Okay.
That
cool.
was the reason. That was the reason.
Apparently,
That's-
we're
I'm
hippies
okay
here,
with
guys.
it. I'm okay with it.
That's amazing.
I'm fine with that. I was wearing my
Who are you-
blatant, really floral and pineapple-y shirt, so makes sense. It was clear I was a
That's
tourist.
okay.
Maybe granted.
And beard kind of fits. Anyway, your last name, what's your name?
Hold on.
Don't make him name the doomed NPC. Come on.
I have to do it every week. He has to do it too.
How do you know I don't have them ready to go? What if I'm just looking at something completely unrelated?
Are you more prepared than I?
Oh.
No, not even
No.
close. Hold on. Here, where did I put it?
Donovan's
Alright, here
dad
goes.
all over again.
Say
My
his
name?
name.
I don't know what my name matters to you. I'm Colonel Bartleby Skinner.
Skinner. Bartleby Skinner.
Oh,
Great. I'll be sure to say hello to your wife, Martha, for you. And I'll start flying away.
Martha.
Oh, Martha, I'll eat him alive.
Good luck with that, bitch.
I'll see you in hell.
I am
Or I'll
actually
say
going
hi.
to fly up over the canopy, start taking looks around, examining the surroundings, and try to just get familiar with where we are.
Okay.
Make a mental
are-
map, so if we have to fly back here without Pi Mom, then we can
Hi,
do
Mom. Yeah, I like that. So you're in the middle of just a very dense forest. It's a clearing. There is a river that runs through this clearing. The river links up with a lake a couple of miles to the east. It's a fairly distinctive collection of shapes. You could probably find it again if you needed to.
Can you find it from
But
orbit?
just keep that would be challenging. The features aren't big enough to really see from orbit.
Cool, that's what I'm doing for the foreseeable future, so I can make sure Evan's
Iron.
impatientness is gone.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. So, what are you going to do with your prisoner?
Let's offer him up to the ancestors.
Well, before that, can Bella, can you see how to get back into home the way they came out?
Oh yeah, that's right. We have a good brain to scoop for intel.
Scoop.
And he looks at you and goes, "Heh, you're out of luck. I wasn't the one in charge of getting us back in. I was just a fighter pilot."
Well, but you know where the door is.
You know.
What? No, I don't.
And,
Actually, I
suddenly he is
still-
picturing his wife naked.
Oh no.
Okay.
To be completely candor, I only had one slot for that. So if
Fair.
I have to cast it again, I can't.
How long does it
So-
last?
Oh, that's
I
a good
don't know.
question. Hold on.
It said casting time was 1 action. Up to 1 minute.
Mm.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking not.
Did you happen to see it before? You just haven't mentioned it yet.
I mean, he went through a whole.
Yeah, use my
gauntlet
own
of
methods
stuff.
against me, Potter.
I don't think I remember anything about that. Sorry.
And he says, and he just kind of shakes his head and says, "All right, screw it. You're just going to take it from my mind anyway. You go straight up from the bottom, up through the tentacles, straight into the center.
As God
Don't hit-
intended.
Do me a favor and don't hit the giant glowing thing. You'll blow everything to Kingdom Come."
We don't want to do that.
But good to know.
Yeah, I put that down as plan Y.
Ooh.
Plan Z is shunting the crystal we don't know about into another dimension, so.
Is there a passcode to get in?
And he says, "Even I don't actually know that. I just flew up, landed on my prescribed landing pad, joined everybody else in formation, and went through the door. Down to our terrible mess hall with our horrible food, and then home to sweet Matilda."
I thought you said her name was Martha.
Matilda, Martha, same difference.
Mm-hmm.
Martha,
I don't-
why'd you say that name?
Let's be best friends.
Why? Donovan's just pounding him against the tree. Why?
Oh no, wait. What's Donnie's mother's name? Does he have to be best friends with him now?
I mean, clearly Martha, so you know.
Ahtram.
Turns out.
Ahtram is
Long
Donovan's
last brother.
mother's name.
Actually, it was Lyra.
I had
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
But we haven't said Will High's mother's name, so.
That was fine.
Actually, did I? I might have in one document somewhere.
Oh, yeah, we did mention the dad, so maybe.
Yeah.
I don't even
Anyway,
think if I ever
Just make a
named my
whole
mother.
family tree.
because we're all thinking this just for meme purposes.
I actually don't think I named my mother.
Did you even know your mother?
No.
Oh my god, I need more
I
caffeine.
didn't think so.
So heartless.
Anyway, okay, so he's told us where to go.
What are we going to do with this man?
Through the back door.
Through the back door, up the poop
Out the
chute,
back door.
through the tentacles.
Right up the Jaxie.
I might be mixing up a couple of these orders. I don't exactly know. I'm just gonna hope for the best on this one, okay?
All I can think.
Right.
Okay, I don't know why, but now all I'm thinking of is the Bob Newhart sketch with the morphine and the dentist chair. You know the one I'm talking about? I'll have to find it and send it to you guys. It's I don't know why it made me think of it, but it did.
It sounds kind of familiar, but I can't remember what you're talking about. Huh.
So I do want to try to persuade him again that I work for the Queen, and therefore he should side with us. So I get down on one knee in front of him, and have. No, I'm not proposing. Have
Just checking.
Will
Yeah.
I?
ramrod straight back.
Oh, are you? What are you doing? Is this a proposition?
No, I already said I wasn't.
Will you
Just see.
fuck me?
No, you said
Will
it wasn't
High.
a.
The question is, will High? Will High do
You said it wasn't a proposal, not a proposition.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Anyways.
misheard you. I thought he said proposition.
Oh, God. Welcome to our
I'm sorry.
chaos, everybody.
Yes, this is what you're getting into. We're not sorry.
I might be a little sorry. Colonel,
Sorry.
as I told you before, I am an operative of the Queen, and it would be your duty to home and her
It's a
to.
duty.
Honestly, it's like I work with toddlers. Now, did Irvin actually say that?
No, Evan's flying up and high right now.
Oh yeah, Irvin's not even here.
That was me.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Donnie is just observing and trying not to kill this guy.
I know you are.
It's like,
Anyway.
don't if you murder him, you prove him right. Don't kill him.
Don't kill him.
So it would behoove you to give us all the aid you can as willingly as possible.
And he looks at you and he goes, How in tarnation, or why in tarnation should I believe you?
All right, Vindicator boy, let's see what you got.
Why would we be ordered down here to take care of terrorists and then have an operative of the Queen tell me to do something else? That doesn't make sense.
Well, you probably haven't heard, but there's a falling out with the Queen and the Council.
He goes, everybody's heard about that. Bunch of old stuck-up windbags. They ought to know what to do what a pretty woman tells them to do.
Well, there you have it.
He goes, that still doesn't mean that there's any proof that you work for them. This could easily be a trick. One of your terrorist ploys.
I thought you said this
We
isn't
don't
what a
have to prove
terrorist would say.
anything to you. You're
What?
nobody.
He goes, ouch. Say that again.
True, though.
Don't say it again.
Don't
He's
say that
obviously
again.
excited.
All right. Can I say that we've obviously been close to the fighter that I captured?
Well, yeah. I mean, you've been
First time I ever needed
inside
bills.
the fighter. Yes.
Well, okay, but I mean, this is hours later, so we hadn't established the scene. So I'm like, we're right by the fighter, right?
That wasn't the plan,
Oh no.
but no.
Okay.
Do you need
Was
to go
there-
drag the fighter over here?
Yeah, or I can drag him over to the fighter. I'll do that.
That works. That works too.
Yeah, I say, hey, come
Get
on,
your
get
hands
up,
off
get up. No, get
your
up,
hands
get
off
up.
me. Come on.
That's an order.
Donnie.
Get up.
Donnie just starts manhandling this old bastard. Shut the fuck up and come with us. You are not in a position to negotiate. Do what we tell you, or I'm going to take your arms off and beat you with them.
I'm always in a position to navigate. A good soldier never gives up. Ho, ho, my CDTs of the sweet land of tyranny.
That's not how that song goes.
I am going to give him a swift knee in the groin and throw him over my
No,
shoulder.
Donnie.
No, just not a massive one, just enough to take his breath away so he shuts
I
up.
was like, you know that anything is a massive.
No, I'm just
Take my breath away.
gonna shut him up and throw him over my shoulder and carry him.
So Wilhite walks over. Wilhite walks over to the fighter, and then says, "Hey Donnie, let him see."
Donnie's gonna sit him on his feet and aim his head towards the fighter.
And I
hold his
just
shoulders.
I just stand out in the cockpit and hold up my staff, and then activate the thing, and just plug it in, and the whole ship just immediately starts.
He goes, well, I'll be.
Do you believe the Black Ops man now?
Everything I thought was wrong. The terrorists have figured out how to fly our ships.
See, okay, that's what I was afraid of.
No, I'm sorry. I had to say that for comedic effect.
No,
Donnie just
can
flips
leave.
him
I mean,
around and pile drives him.
if you want it, you can.
He goes, no, and he goes, okay, that's a neat trick. Hold on. Sorry.
He has to
I
run
heard
his
something.
toddler alarm.
Yes.
Toddler.
Yeah, it's like a toddler radar when noises that you don't expect to hear are
Wait,
heard.
did
It's kind of like
Did the Queen give us anything to show? I forget. That's a really long time ago. Didn't the Queen?
it gave you a spot to
time
go
ago.
to.
Wasn't there? No, because we were using Samwise as the point of contact when we needed to send a message.
Hmm.
And we didn't need any identification with him. He knows us. So.
Samwise.
Hold on. Let me check my notes.
Oh, I should take better notes, but I don't take inventory notes except for Donnie. Hey, Wilhi, the Vindicators weren't like dumb and gave y'all tattoos that were clearly visible, did they?
Nope.
See, the Vindicators were at least smart about their skullduggery.
Skullduggery.
I was like, hey, every single one of these assassins have had the same tattoo on their left arm. I wonder why.
I'm sure it's nothing.
Eh,
They probably just think it's cool.
certainly we don't have cause to go arrest everyone with this tattoo now.
No.
While they're looking
Holy
that up,
sh-
don't forget, everybody, you can go to our store and get some merch. Do it.
Holy
Yes.
crap. My
Every time
notes were actually
The name
useful.
Follow, subscribe.
Snozboop pops in my
Yeah.
head. I just
Holy
think,
crap, my notes
"Snozboop."
were actually useful.
Oh, the schnoz.
Queen gives party amulet to identify them to her servants.
Yay!
Wow, we probably could have used that at some point.
Probably. But clearly I forgot it was there too. So,
Yes. This was
I'm a great DM. I have this all under control. I know exactly
okay.
what's happening.
You actually had the notes on it, and this was from like what, session 2 or something. So
Yeah.
Long ass time ago.
yeah.
Okay. So I pull that out
So yes, you do
and
have
show
one.
him.
And he wait and he goes,
Deus Ex Machina. We totally foreshadowed this.
Yeah, no, it was foreshadowed.
I mean, you could have killed somebody and taken that from him.
Well, then what's the use of it?
Good point. But all right, but then why? Hold on. Let's say I believe you, which I don't, but let's say I do. Why are you down here trying to stop the work that we're doing?
Because unfortunately, whoever's in charge of this has been lying to you. These are just innocent civilians, not terrorists.
They're more than innocent civilians. This happens to be my family that you have been.
Yeah, he didn't
Purging
know
down
that.
Hey,
And-
everybody is somebody's family.
Exactly. So be careful who you threaten to rip the arms off of next
We
time.
just killed a lot of family.
You mean the guys who were genociding my people for the last couple of decades? I
I'm
feel
just
still
saying,
comfortable
everybody's
about my
someone's
decision.
family. Do you want to hurt Martha's heart?
Yes.
I kind of want to hurt Martha at this
Yes.
point.
So he looks around, and it looks like he's actually looking at the people around him for the first time. And he really looks, and he looks at you, he looks at the staff, he looks at the thing, and goes, No, there's no way I've been murdering innocents all this time.
Is Kaya near here?
No.
Please tell me there are
Yeah,
children in the
Kaya's-
crowd.
Oh, yes.
Oh, absolutely.
Melt the
Donnie's
Sultan's
gonna
heart,
point-
Megan.
Donnie's going to point at Kaya. You see that? That is our best warrior. That spear he has is almost all the metal this village has.
And he
That's-
says,
That's it.
But no, we thought we were lucky. We got here before we always get good intelligence, so we arrive before the underground guns get deployed.
Mm-hmm.
Underground.
Shit. Every single time. No, they would have come out.
If
Oh,
we had
mother.
underground guns, why would we even have anything visible? We just.
Oh, sweet blood of home, I'm a monster.
You think?
Oh,
Now
And
Donnie
he-
lets
he
him
just-
go, and he just.
he just goes limps and just collapses to the ground.
Oh no, he had a heart attack.
He had hardtack?
Donnie feels too pathetic for the
It's
guy
real
to
difficult to poop.
even
Megan.
hold a grudge at this point. He's just gonna shake his
Yeah,
damn
told
head
you
and
he
walk
was an
away.
idiot.
Hello,
so this
floating
is-
guy.
And this is why we need your help, so we can put a stop to things like this.
He looks around and says, There's hundreds of us. The military is all throughout home. There's secret bases everywhere. Population doesn't know, but that's what we were told was necessary to keep the peace.
What's the point of a huge military on home itself?
Well, to keep the terrorists in line, of course. But clearly that doesn't make no sense either.
Mm.
Do you know the layout of these secret bases?
'Cause, I mean, I've been through a number of them, but I don't know all of them, but I know several. But you got to understand that all of them up there is just people. They don't know any better. We've been told all our lives that we're doing the right thing.
I know.
He just kind of looks down and says,
I need to
Just
just ask you one question.
"Tell."
Do you take your orders from the council, or do you take your counsels from Father?
He goes, "Well, my orders come from the general, but
And his orders come from where?
Wait, is it a him or a her? The name Tasnia.
It's a her. I never thought of that. I mean,
General Makarov? You mean?
in theory, we serve the crown, but we're never allowed to be within sight of the queen. for some reason. We never go to the palace. We never interact with anybody that works at the palace. We're our own entity. So
Does the
I
queen
don't
even know?
And he goes,
Why wouldn't she enlist the army for this type of thing and why would she enlist us?
and
I
she
don't think the
he
queen knows.
he looks at you completely bewildered and said, until 5 minutes ago, I would have said, of course she knows about us, but my entire world just got turned upside down. I don't know.
Have you ever actually met the queen?
No.
Huh.
Not
Well,
even
we
once.
have. We have, so I wonder how that ranks us above your special ops group.
And he says, I don't know anymore.
It seems,
I don't even know. I don't know what's real.
I don't think you're working for the queen.
Do you know what I know?
I think you're either working for father or the nobles.
Yeah, is Markov a noble name that we know of? Like one of the council members?
Was it
Or anything?
Markov? I wrote down Makarov. Can you just
Hold
type
on.
that in open hour somewhere so I can not screw that up in our lore dictionary?
Oh, hold on. I gotta find it.
Because we are very terrible
is
at
written-
mutating
it-
names
I
here.
just
no,
put
it's
back.
fine.
And
It is actually written down.
I put
Yeah, poor-
Tasmian.
Poor Murphy over here. We never get him right again.
So I get every name wrong on purpose now. No name is safe with me, not even my own.
Okay,
Even
I
my
was
own name
close.
gets changed. You guys were close. Yeah. No, it's not a name that you would recognize.
We've only heard a couple of the noble council names to begin with, so
I'm gonna come flying down at this point. Still in the air, not touching the ground, just whipping around with a little snap and pop as I remember to store one of my burns for the day. Taking my first damage for the day. Yay.
Ouch.
Hey! When I get that, stop. Hey, have we ever thought that this person's probably doesn't even know who he's fucking working for?
it sure seems that way. Compartmentalization at its finest.
It's not
If you don't know-
compartmentalization, it's arrogance. Not like in the arrogance way of they're choosing to be, arrogance in the way that they're just not taught. Same way we could
Yeah,
call these people arrogant to this technology here.
I think it's a little bit of both, considering how much memory manipulation was going on. Keeping people ignorant about anything that they don't need to know about seems to be part of the course.
I'm gonna fly down a little bit. Hey, Donnie, do you have a knife? Something sharp.
Actually, let me check. I can't remember if I have a knife on. I swear I had a knife on my character. Let me go check.
I ain't got nothing.
Sure you do.
See, I don't actually have a knife on him. Apparently, yeah. I guess it's.
I might have one. Hold on.
Anything
I have a
sharp?
knife.
Why do you
Need
want it?
Swiss? It's
Hmm?
very important to me, but
I'll give it right back to you. Don't worry.
here you go.
Thanks.
Note yourself. Get Donnie a knife.
Hey, Skinner, give me your hand.
And he goes, huh? I
Don't
don't think
worry,
so.
I'm not gonna hurt you that much, and I just grab it.
I'm not gonna hurt you that much.
It's better than you.
I'm gonna cut the tip of his pinky so it's not that much of a detriment. So I'm not
Mm-hmm.
actually doing stuff, and then take a good look at his blood and try to figure out if there's anything off about it.
His blood looks completely normal.
How would you rate your
know-
experience with life?
Nope.
Human?
Completely normal. Bright pink like everybody else. I'm kidding. I'm sorry. I couldn't resist.
None of us are that way.
Oh, that's that way. Yeah, and he goes. What on Holmes' general deck do you mean?
I'm kind of at a loss here myself.
I'm just testing.
Ow.
Because remember, what's his face? Mookie Dookie, old boss. He looked human,
McGrady?
and he turned out to be something. Yeah, McGregor.
Oh
Turned out to
yeah.
be something completely different. You look human, you could be something completely different. The guy I blew the head off of, looked human. Turned out he was a giant insectoid infesting the skin of a human. Reminds me of a play I saw. What was it called? Or was it an old hollow? Men in Blue?
Oh yes,
Oh,
those who
yeah,
went
I
around
remember that one.
cleaning up anomalies.
Yeah, that one. That one.
Mm,
Oh man, it's been years since I've seen that one.
We should
That
find the time
one's
to
pretty
actually
I'm
watch
blue.
that again.
Da-ba-dee-ba-da-da.
You just had to test that. Thanks, Skinner.
He goes,
Here's your knife.
as
back.
far as I know, I'm human.
You sure you're not like a robot that's been programmed to think they're human?
I mean, if I were a robot, would I know it?
Maybe not.
But you've been hurting a lot of people, so you're not a robot.
I wonder how much of your memories have been manipulated. Too bad we can't inject you with some celestial blood and see what happens.
I look at Bella. Maybe we can.
We don't know if that counts yet or not.
Also, that wouldn't
no.
undo the mind wipe, would it?
According to the information we have, that implies that it does affect the mind wipe, but we don't have a source
Really?
of celestial blood.
I don't remember that.
Well,
It can disrupt the direct control
Yeah.
that Father has.
because it was used as an inoculation during the rebellion. I remember him. I paid very close
Yeah.
attention to Negretti's
Yeah,
lore
no,
dump.
you were
I'm like-
you were correct, but it isn't necessarily going to undo permanent damage.
Okay. But it does help with the fuzzier bits that the ubiquitous part that everyone seems to be under, right?
Yes.
Although, if Father has gone to excise a chunk of your memory, it sounds like it might just be gone forever if you don't want you to get it back. Sorry, Will High.
Now what happens now?
Well, I don't really feel right just killing your poor ass, because, quite frankly, you don't know any better of what you're doing than any other poor bastard on home.
Would you like to join the mob?
No.
Would you like
He
to
didn't
join the
do that.
Coconut Mafia?
No. He didn't do any harm
You have a better idea?
to us. He did harm to the people here.
He did harm to
gonna-
my family.
I'm gonna just hold my hand up to you for a moment. That's what I'm talking about here, Donovan. That's where the people here are. You know, your family, the people here. And I'll turn to them and like, it's your choice. You do what you want with him.
Kaya
Right to the people.
looks around at his people and looks like he's thinking very hard. Says, "Do you believe him? That he actually didn't know what he was doing?"
Home is known for messing with your morals and your beliefs. Once you
Well-being.
donate blood to Father, you're basically... He owns a part of you, it seems. Still figuring out the details, so we don't exactly know how much control he has, but we know he can erase family members directly out of your memories for years at a time, so who knows what else he can do.
The answer is yes. I believe him. And Bella read his mind. That's what he believes.
Yes, confirmed he is an idiot.
I mean, look, this guy is almost 70 and he's still in the military. Yes, he's kind of a certified dumbass. It's like,
Leave him
retire
here
with
with
a
a-
pension.
Leave him here with us. I'll have the wise women of the village question him further. We'll decide once we're sure.
Sounds fair enough to me.
Mm-hmm.
Are they
Can we
with
get
you?
him to write down like literally everything he can think of about the military and their bases and like organization on home? And we don't have to roleplay all that out, but
I was going to say that's going to be a lot. You're asking someone to write down a lifetime of experience.
yep.
You guys are going to
Well-
be there for a year.
Okay. Anyway, transmit anything useful.
Useful, right.
Yeah, like what's the effective range of these fighters?
Well, despite the boss's outward, stoic outward appearance, she really likes a particular kind of flower. Is that useful?
Wilhite just stares at him and says, "What?"
Possibly.
He goes, look,
Wait,
I'm
hold
not
on.
exactly...
What kind of flower? This could
mean,
be
I get-
important.
Yeah, this might actually become relevant. Bella has ways of knowing.
Like,
Eh,
oh,
No,
knowing.
I'm thinking of something specific here, guys, that we know about.
And he says, what? Oh, yeah, she likes those, hold on. No, she likes those, what are those called? Those blue shadow lilies. They're hard to grow, but, gorgeous once you can find them.
Okay, why does that name sound somewhat familiar?
There's a certain video game that came out which has something close, I think.
Was it? Okay, if that's the case, that's fine. Because I couldn't remember if we had mentioned flowers before at one point or not.
I mean, I
Why
could have
does
said
she
they were
like
silent
these
princess.
specifically?
And
I
he
need to
goes,
know.
He looks at me and says, do I look like somebody who understands women?
No, you don't.
You didn't have to say
Exactly.
that. I know. But any inclination would be helpful.
He goes, maybe because they glow faintly at night.
All right.
They're pretty, but she's got a soft spot despite the fact that she looks like she can chew nails for breakfast.
And launches genocide against an unarmed people.
Well, yeah, that as well.
This is
Although,
your general.
Who knows if she knows what's going on?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell with home. It could be. It seems like just about everybody's on a need-to-know basis, and it's a mighty slim need-to-know basis here. They
What
really
do they
ain't
look
giving you much
like?
of the details.
Can you describe
you-
them?
Oh, and he says, oh, I think they've got 8 petals. During the day, they kind of close up into a bud, and at night, when they get in deep shadow, they bloom outward. They have a slight glow. Their stamens are all kind of twisted together, so they form a nub in the middle, but it's a flower. It's a flower.
So, meta DM question. Not really meta, but like we know what the flowers look like. Then we know what the flowers look like that shield us from father, right?
Nope, you've completely forgotten what flowers. There are no flowers that shield you from father.
What do they look anything like these flowers?
Maybe. They might have 8 petals. They might close up, and when they might open, they might have stamens, sculpture stamens in the middle, all woven together.
This is a shot in the dark because I don't remember. Back when Serafina was poisoned, was the wine the only thing left in her room?
And a note, I believe.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The note basically saying, "Stay out of this."
Okay. Ooh, gosh, that is shiny.
Keep
Shiny.
engaging. We're engaging with chat. Keep going.
Yes.
And
yeah.
paying
Keep
attention to
talking.
you all at the same time.
I just
Alright.
get distracted by the pretty book. Like, ooh,
That
shiny.
is a nice book.
Yes.
I think
Okay,
we need
what
to get
was I
one of
saying?
these flowers for further investigation.
He says, well, if you go to a high-end florist, they should be able to help you. I have to go to one off of, and he lists a random location in the city.
You have to go.
And he goes, well,
I don't
that's
think
where
you're
I
going
always...
anywhere.
And he goes, well, what I mean is if I want one, that's where I go. Because they're the only one in the area.
I see. Is that in the staff zone or outside?
It's outside. It's in one of
Okay.
the... It's closer to it's closer to the upper portion of the city.
All right. Interesting.
Here we all take a break while you folks think about what to do. We're roughly break time.
I'm pretty sure what I want to be doing.
Johnny
Cool.
has no idea.
So
I
we're
have
gonna take
broad
that
strokes.
bomber we just saved and fly it up the Jaxie and kill everything?
No.
Not kill everything. I have family there.
I think the first thing we need to do is we need to go back and see what situation Holmes in, because at least if this guy's assessment is correct, this has nothing to do with us being down here, and that's just a coincidence. Which means that whoever is following us didn't launch this attack to take care of us. That's just a happy accident. If so,
Yeah, so it's gonna be the
Will
same
be-
state we left it in then.
yeah. If that's not the case, and this was a counterattack to try to cut us off,
Then we're gonna be going back and killing everything.
we might need to contact the boss and see what's going on home right now. We can use the
Oh
ambulance.
yeah,
can't
we can do that.
Yes, that's why I asked if we still had the
There we
ambulance.
go. There we go. Now we can take it. Sorry, I needed someone to realize that. I don't have one, right?
No, we all had one, didn't we?
We all have one?
Pretty
Yeah,
sure
Donnie
we
no
all
longer
did,
has one.
yeah.
Donnie gave his to Vala.
Irvin forgot he had one. Well, at
Donnie
least
would
Irvin
just have to
forgot
get
about
another
them. I
one.
just didn't.
Well, they're not normal. Do we? I don't know.
We specifically got them for the heist mission. We just never got rid of them. So,
Okay.
yeah, we can use it to message Don Ricardo.
Can we do that after break?
Yes, yes.
I'm sorry, the boss is not available due to the fact that he's shagging somebody. Please call back and try again.
Oh, hey, sorry, Saul. You fucked that up.
Thank you. Thank you.
That took me by surprise.
It's just a book, people. It's just a book. But you get the
Yeah.
pages in the right way and it sounds...
We thought you were
Appropriate
actually
of a mic.
shagging someone just now.
No, that would
Yeah.
be...
Wow.
Okay, right. Before
Humble
we
break
get
there.
We're gonna go to break. We'll see you all
We're
then.
gonna go to break.
Hello there. As a guest of the Owlbear Inn, you obviously have taste. Now, as a person of taste, have you ever thought to yourself, I need to watch an artist who also has taste, with a sense of classiness and intelligence, heightened by sitting in a leather armchair before a fireplace with shelves of books behind? Neither have I. Anyways, I happen to have an art channel called Michael How Arts here on Twitch if you want to check it out. There's drawing, chatting, and sometimes gaming. If you enjoy fantastic characters and comics, or just having someone to hang out with while doing art, you should give Michael How Arts a look-see. That's twitch.tv/Michael How Arts. And if you visit, maybe, just maybe, you'll occasionally have that artist sitting in front of a fireplace to give you a +1 for the richness and culture of your Twitch experience. Though I wouldn't count on that. But please, do stop on by. Thanks for your time, and have a wonderful day.
I'm Michael Howe, and I approve this message. Oh, you don't believe me? Well, I did this, and 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 this.
Hello, everybody.
Fine,
All campaign, all I wanted was to pass wisdom saving throws, and I never do.
Even with advantage?
I have advantage. I have plus. All my feats almost have all been going into that direction. No.
Oh, that's awesome. Consent is always important. Agreed.
You're next.
Why am I so bad at this game? Jeez.
Might be genetics.
Attack first. Think never. Hey, folks.
You feel a definite pulse of magical energy as you shake his hand.
You just made a deal with the devil.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Roll a will save.
There's more up there? We have to... I fucking hate this level.
We could have been playing Blodheim. Dog, dog, dog. Save me, save me. Where are you? Get in front of me. Get in front of me. Get in front of me.
I'm coming. I was marking the cave.
Dogs. Stamina. Get the dog. Help.
Hello, folks.
There. Apparently, I can't remember your name at all.
Who's Ingrid?
You.
You.
Me.
Oh, yes, because I can't. Wow. Why am I having such a hard freaking time with names today?
You called me Murphy twice before we
Yeah.
even started.
Shut up, Melvin. I'm working here.
Alrighty, naked. That's a good drawing, right?
Damn right, Zach, that's good.
Good. Oh my gosh.
Love it.
Thank you.
Wow.
With someone. Wait, you just said they had a book.
That being said, we will.
Yes.
And then you emphasize that there is a book.
Hey, way to catch on to that like a minute and a half late. There's books, there's diaries, there's maps.
Wait, there's a book? We have not been consistent with this at all, have we? No.
I'm not even gonna try and pronounce most of those. Wow.
Yeah, they had a sale on apostrophes that day.
Hello, everybody.
I don't know what's really going on. Hi!
We have you on speakerphone.
I was just gonna say, this is one hell of a collect call, man. I didn't know he knew infallible relay.
Does anyone know what the rates are? I don't have that much gold.
Did you know back in the old days, in the medieval times, they used to put lanterns, hang lanterns out on front of horses to help them navigate during nighttime?
Oh.
It was the first recorded instance of satellite navigation.
I enjoyed the live action The Avatar movie.
Oh, baby Baba Luba. And burble as it came.
No.
Can I get a oh yeah?
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah!
If you're only to be addressed as you as your own person, what do I do if there's like a whole bunch of y'all?
You may use titles as, I would say, the trolls. You may use the consequences if
Okay.
you would like.
So
You
y'all
may-
is off the table.
Y'all is an abomination.
A whole bunch of y'all.
Too late.
That's when you guys look over and see what once was Jitters descend slowly onto the ground, trampling towards you as its head from top to about past the sternum splits like that into a toothy maw that is its whole body.
Rawr.
Hello and welcome to Hate, Laugh, Love.
Everybody knows if it's green and it's slime,
You went that
it's booger time.
The show where we talk about movies.
He starts hopping on the way, and when you look back, there's Handor and Grace. Grace looking just frowning perpetually, and Handor just smiling ever so gracefully. And Finestorm, you see on their lips, Handor say, "You think they'll make it?" And Grace go, "Not a chance." Hi.
Look at you, you bastard. You got
So
three
then the hat
cabbages.
box goes. Blockmaster. Ah, exactly, the cabbages.
His hat?
In his hut.
The Cabbage
told
Patch
ya.
Kids.
The Cabbage
Cabbage
Patch
Patch.
Kids?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Cabbage hatch batch. Okay,
The Cabbage
No,
Watch.
Cabbage
the cabbage
Patch.
sellers.
Look, we found the other type of kineticist, the cabbage patch.
The cabbage.
Keeps cabbage
Cabinet-
under his
cabbage
cap.
geneticist.
Alright,
Air?
before we come back from our break and rejoin on some things, a couple of thanks to call out there. Rebel then King, thank you so much for the follow. And where is your name so I can read it directly? My mouse scroll is so broken. Winchowski! Winchowski! That's a fun
Mike
name. Thank you so
Winchowski.
much for the follow. Thank you everyone for
Winchowski.
being
Yes, thank you.
here. Hope you're having fun and a hoot. I know we are back into some Valheim.
Valheim.
This is not Valheim.
This is
Blodheim.
not Valheim. It's Blodheim.
Different Heim.
Been a
We could be playing
long
Valheim.
time.
Since you
Getting
played
from there to
Valheim.
here.
From Albert to here.
Yes.
Welcome to the Albert Inn, everybody.
Is Peter gonna make a new theme song now?
Any friends? Do you make any new friends?
You know what? I want an intro that is nothing but just somebody rapping puns for like 30 seconds straight.
That'd be
Rapping
amazing.
puns.
Yes.
Wow.
You get
And
the
pretty on
pun
brand for
and
us.
you cover it in the Christmas paper.
Yeah,
Tape it up real good.
you're just rapping it the entire time.
Yeah, wrapping the puns. Yeah, the whole time.
Yeah, see, we got a pun in the oven.
Only if you're baking fruitcake for somebody that you're then gonna wrap.
Well, no.
I was thinking rack instead of rap, but you know.
Oh, goodness.
It's a rap?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
a
a rack?
fruitcake. It's a fruitcake.
There's vast tracts of land, if you know what I'm saying.
These vast wraps of land.
Of land. Oh, yeah.
They do quite indubitably well, aren't they? Right. Irvin, while he's floating and flying over everyone, is going to just look. Ultimately, look at the sun. It's late. If we're gonna return and they have a military, then we should be returning at night. Likelihood is they already know of departures and everything that Mother Dearest or what's your name? I can't remember. Cracks. Cricks.
Just call her Pancake Mommy.
Pancake Mommy. Look, they probably already know about Pancake Mommy's excursions out here on a regular basis, so we should be returning at night.
You think they know about that and didn't stop her?
Yeah.
It didn't. Home might not be able to do anything about it because.
Also, if we're questioning this guy's memory and everything he's been saying, then we should be questioning the fact that his knowledge on this being a 3-week planned mission is probably false.
Only one way to find out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
wait for a
'cause-
bit.
We wait and we go back at night. I agree.
We also should see if there's anything different on home, since we do have a way to contact our associates
Oh,
up
yes.
there.
Puppy. Hello. Is this how this works? Hello, is this on?
You hear a cut-off moan in the background, and rapid scrambling, and a somewhat breathless. Bella, so good to hear from you.
Are you busy?
He goes, yes.
Of course you were.
Yes, and I've been after this one for a year, so please don't take too long.
I have important things to talk to you, so pay attention to me. Anyways, what's going on? Where is mom? Where is mommy? Is she safe? You made sure she's safe, right?
Bella, Spark Notes version. Is everything safe? Is everything fine on home? Any weird activity going on?
Your mother is safe. Do not worry. She is recovering well, and has gone back to one of her safe houses to check up on her businesses. I made sure that both my guards and hers were with her.
All right. And home is not crashing to the ground. What's going on with?
No. Nothing. Wow, what accent did I just do there? I went Russian on that
Don't
one.
worry about it.
Nothing
It's
is
okay,
right
you
at
know.
all.
He's always been an
I have to
amalgamation of
do-
all
I'm
mafias.
walking.
He really has been, yeah, exactly. So,
Russian, Italian, Irish.
Mm-hmm.
He's been Mexican once or twice.
The only thing that has happened is there has been some major political upheaval. There was an attempt on the life of the Queen that almost succeeded, and at the same time, the council claimed that she was dead and attempted to take complete control. Now, of course, the attempt failed, and the Queen is still alive, and the coup failed, and so now there is a very tense situation up top, if you know what I mean. It doesn't really affect us down here, but you know how politics are.
Opportunities. Chaos
Idiotic.
is a ladder.
Great. Well, hope to see you soon. Good luck.
Okay, was that all you needed, my dear? I don't know. Good Lord, now I just went Count from Sesame Street.
He's now a vampire.
I have. Let's count the partners. Ha ha ha. 1. Ha ha ha. 3. Ha ha ha. Wait, where's 2?
Well, you know that I love to
2. Ha 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 ha.
I really love to.
That video is so horrifyingly funny.
I slowly getting faster. Once I start thinking, it's really hard to stop.
I gotta watch that after stream again. Thank you for reminding me of that video's existence.
Wow.
So I'm assuming everybody else heard that because we all have shared.
Yes. Let's just say I was borrowing somebody's shoulder and listening in.
Yeah.
Okay, so someone tried to kill the queen. That's not quite what I was expecting to happen either. So.
No, it sounds like everything's moving faster all of a sudden.
I vote we find the council and kill them all.
Yeah, that sounds like this might be a good opportunity to do that, since some of them just committed high treason.
Well,
We should
it's debatable whether it's high treason, but yeah, the veneer has been stripped away finally.
The biggest thing we need to find out was the council working with Father's approval or not, and will he protect them or not? Speaking of which, what did Father do when there was assassination attempt on the Queen? Because I kind of assume. Actually, did Will I ever say that he met Father yet?
I don't think so.
Because I know he was under the stupefy spell there for that bit, and I don't know if he ever actually had the chance to tell us, because by the time it wore off, we were on a spaceship.
Well, it wasn't stupefy. He tried to relay the information in
The
line,
one where you can't
but
tell
it may
the
not have
truth.
worked. So
I can't remember the name of your spells.
Compulsive liar.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
So we might not actually know.
Yeah,
that Father
he was
has
trying to transmit the information. Whether any of you picked up on it is up to you.
Yeah.
I doubt he probably would not have picked up on that. Sorry. All right, so yeah, we really don't. We wouldn't have any clue how much Father would actually go in to protect. But you think he'd protect the Queen, but I guess we'll find out. When we get back, we're gonna have to go talk to Sam Gamgee Wise and find out what the deal is.
And Franco.
And Franco, yes.
Yeah, it's not like for the for all the trust the upper class does have in Father. There's still always been a secret guard for the Queen. So Father allows the politics to continue is kind of the expectation. I mean, the Queen,
yes.
The Queen, there's a change in the family that the Queen's from every, few generations anyway.
Yeah. I'm just wondering how much Father would intervene in, like, Civil War violence. Like, if everyone's killing each other in the street, he's going to show up and go, disintegration, disintegration, disintegration.
Oh, goodness.
God, that would be terrifying.
Right. But also, with what we've been told,
Yeah.
The suffering benefits the plan, so it might behoove him to let it go on.
This is entirely out of
Where's your
character,
mic?
but I can't help but wonder. Do you mind? Or
Not
is...
you. Will I?
Oh, okay.
What?
You're leaning back from your mic.
You?
I was just going to ask if
Thank you.
maybe the person that Wilhai accosted earlier, this is out of character because I don't know about this event, if the person he accosted was one of these secret military police and not just some random dude, then...
Father was the one that killed my puppy's puppy, right? Did
Yeah.
I remember that correctly?
Yeah, I
They
do
told
remember.
us.
I do remember your dad telling us about that a few times, but he never did say why. He just said that he was there to see it. I assume that Grandpappy was dealing in something that he shouldn't have been dealing in. Probably
They
secrets.
never
But then-
interfere with our work, usually. It's like they don't even care that the mafia is running in the staff zones or whatever.
Yeah, but what if he was doing something not related to the mafia? Yeah, Granddaddy was kind of ambitious, so what if he had side projects?
Well, of
Did you have
course, you
journals?
always have to have a side project. I mean,
Hey, yeah, did
I have the journal from the Negrettis, I believe.
a Malakota family journal. That we did not consider that early.
Gonna call up Poppy. Papa. Father first.
He might not answer. He's
Oh no, I want to hear him answer again.
remember he's been working on this one for a year.
Like everyone just calls him almost without realizing that what's been going on.
Donnie doesn't have direct access, so he's not picking
Blown
up.
off the
Gonna
screen.
call him up and just go, "Hey, Poppy."
What is it?
From muffled in the background, you hear a slap, and that's not going to fit. I told you.
Oh yeah, this isn't his daughter. He doesn't have to stop what he's doing.
And then you hear a rustle, and a. This is not a good time.
I don't care. Quick question:
just went
Did
vampire again.
did your daddy keep journals?
Of course, this is not a good time. What? My father? I mean, he kept some business documentation. I don't know. Journals? No, I don't think so.
Okay, well, business documentations. Round it up and read it up.
He goes. Last I checked, you worked for me.
I sure do, and it's great to be able to say something like that. At the very least, could you round it up so we can read it?
Donnie, he's gonna
Yes,
lean in.
I will have it taken care of.
Thank you, Poppy.
Donnie's gonna lean and go. We need to know why Grandpappy pissed
I
off
won't
Father.
explain it. It's fun to leave him confused.
If we look, he is busy right now. If you don't give him a reason to remember, he's gonna forget.
We'll just bother him when he's screwing another one.
You got to catch him in between those. He don't remember anything you tell him, Darren. Trust me, I know from
That's why I'm
experience.
still trying to get...
He's still. You just hear like, "Am I always the topic of conversation when I'm not on the phone or on the
It's fun.
communicator?"
No, only every other day. I mean, you are the boss.
I am not.
after all.
All right. Let me make this perfectly clear. I am not available for the next hour.
Boss, just take the amulet off.
Son of a. You just have to. Everybody just kind of holds the amulet off the side because it's like, put it on.
Oh my god.
Oh, puppy!
It's because the boss likes to be blinged out when he's in the bed.
Mm-hmm.
Just gotta look his best.
Sure does.
Yeah, and it is a fancy amulet. It's got all the Malakota bling on it.
One of these days we just randomly hear a...
Hello there.
Hello there.
Alright. Business documents. Rounding up. Assassination plot. We gotta think.
It had to be
I like
something.
your plan
major.
about taking out the nobles. I'm
Safe
curious
plan.
why Grandpappy got killed when I just had my mind wiped.
Okay.
Well,
No.
What were you doing?
Making a list. Making a list. We have to
Making it
do
twice.
this.
Make sure you
why
check
did
it
you get your mind
twice.
wiped
Did two of
anyways?
you just say that at the same time?
Yes.
God, you've known each other too long.
You should try playing. Oh, what is that? What is the game? Oh, where you have to get the other
Charades?
person to guess. Is it? No, it's not
Oh.
charades. It's where you try to get the other person to guess the word, but without
that
saying another list of words.
is it that one we got a label on your forehead? The one they played in Inglourious Bastards?
No, this one's different. Categories.
Oh, okay.
No,
No?
it's something with a buzzer. We played it with Schaefer's.
This categories has a buzzer.
Yeah,
But there is
there's,
another one there.
That's another.
Anyway,
yeah, it's something
I know
like
which one
that.
you're talking about.
Something like that.
Anyway.
Yeah.
It's a fun game.
Yeah, he
Alright,
does sound
Grandpappy's
effects, and I know the
name.
word
No,
he's
it's
talking
we-
about. Anyway, so yeah, the list. Why Grandpappy killed Will High, just mind wiped.
Why killed?
Yeah, to do take out council.
Figure out how closely Father and the Council are working in order to preserve the current order of home.
Council and father relationship.
And the limits of Father's power. We need to know how much he knows of what we know.
Why, hang
Since
on,
apparently,
who's got the egg?
Crix has it.
Bella. Wait, why does Crix have it?
Well, Crix had it. Did Crix hand it off to someone else since we landed?
Nobody's asked for it.
I think.
Guess they have
Did
it
we
then.
give it to Bella? Let's
Alright.
give it to Bella.
I'll fly
Well,
up
I have it.
100 or so feet.
Bella's pretty good about avoiding getting hit. So.
Come on, father, come get me. I'm right here. Open target.
Are you actually trying to get his attention, or are you just seeing if you say his name if he'll get it?
Seeing if I say his name, it'll get his attention from this far out.
Didn't we try that already?
The
think we
Earth
heard about
home
experience.
might be a little closer. I mean, heard about experience. There's no first-hand experience yet.
Multiple
And with
experimentations.
all the mind tampering, I don't trust a damn thing anyone's saying.
There's no response. Nothing.
We'll fly down. Well, he doesn't reach out this far. At least as far as from that test can compare.
The issue is he seems to be able to peer into our minds, but we don't know exactly how much he can see. Can he only look in when we donate blood? Can he look in at all the time? Can he just manipulate our memories at any point in time, or does he have to be physically present?
I'm adding connection to blood there.
Yeah, we need to figure out how Father works, because if Father is as powerful as any story that we've heard says he is, we cannot fight him dead on. We need to find out what operates him and unplug it, I guess. Napoli Negretti implied he was some kind of system. I don't know. I have no idea what that means other than he's probably going to be difficult to break.
We've got General
I have an
Tasmania,
idea.
the secret army.
I have an idea where a lot of power is stored, but I don't know what taking that out would do to home itself.
Probably destroy it.
Probably.
Which
Would
I'm
it
cool
be that
with.
power?
Still.
Would it be that power source that Skinner mentioned, the one that he said don't run into?
I guess
we
it
want
could
to
be.
avoid hitting that. At least before we evacuate important people.
So we'll just your parents, right?
Nah, I got some
Yeah.
friends and some orphans I need to get off of home. Unfortunately, I
Look
don't
at you
remember
all
even all their
having
names.
friends.
Oh, look, it's a short list. The only friend I have up there still is Jackie, and well, an indeterminate amount of orphans who I don't remember. I know we got Meredith, but I know there was more than that.
Look at you having kids.
Are you jealous?
No,
They're
kids are
adopted,
the
yeah.
worst. Actually, kids are pretty fun. I like kids. I don't.
But he
Evan
does.
Donnie can't stand to see starving children because, yeah,
Yeah.
Because he was starving.
He was
Aw.
starving.
He was starving, but he was big enough to punch an adult and take their food. You gotta remember, like 13-year-old Donovan's probably already like 5'8", 5'9", because he's a big old boy.
Big old boy.
Get lost, kid.
Yeah. And that's the main reason why he, you know,
now.
his size was the main reason he actually made it. Like, screw you.
I'm a big kid now.
So, is the plan to go up when it's dark and do some reconnaissance?
Gonna go back up at night, like Irvin said, because look, we don't know exactly how much Home's gonna be able to see us coming in, but they sent out a murder squad yesterday, well, last night. They didn't come back, and if suddenly a lone ship comes by, that's gonna be mighty suspicious. Heck,
So
going
they-
at night, no guarantee, but at least it'll help.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a
If they see
chance
the
we
lone
could
ship-
fly more ships back?
Well, they didn't do anything when we left, and they haven't done anything when Paimon is Paimon. Pancake Mommy. God, that is a tongue twister. When Crix was doing her little journeys back and forth, they never felt fit to intervene there. It could be that they can't. It could be that they just don't. We'll have to figure out which, and going at night is... At least it'll help.
That's a good idea, Bella, if we make sure to take... Well, so we have the ship we came in. We have the fighter I captured. Were any other...
The bomber.
ships? Yeah, the
That was
bomber.
brought down to the ground. But we
That's
could take the
operable?
bomber. I don't know. I don't know how to fly these things. I just know how to fly myself. We could
Yeah, that's
take...
like a 17 DC, so...
We could take the bomber and the fighter up the middle. Try to find General Tasmania. Tasmania? The dumb
Tasmania?
general. Find the
Wait,
general.
what- I have it right here. Tasmia. T-A-Z-M-I-A.
Oh, I know what the name is. I spelt it right.
Oh, yeah, it's Irvin being Irvin.
Yeah, it's Evan being Evan. But, just find the
hard to tell what's
general, interrogate, figure that out, like whatever that stuff is, or we could go into the normal hangar that Pancake Mommy brought us out of, and we can try to investigate and sneak around through that way. Either way, our first course of action in my mind is either find the general or find the queen.
Yeah, I'd want to check it on the queen, of course.
Yeah, we should check in with
I'm more
Samwise
leaning
and
that way.
Franco. They'll
Queen
have good
first,
information.
in my thoughts.
Well, I
don't
mean, if
know.
we can directly meet with the queen, that would be nice. But given the current situation, it might not be feasible on short notice. But at the
Who
very
cares about
least,
feasibility? We can just fly through the top of the dome.
at the
It
very
was
least, we
real.
have to usually ask Samwise to set up a meeting anyways. So We'll
This
have
is a
to go
little more
check in
urgent than
anyways.
just a meeting.
This is more urgent. I agree.
Well, look, if we storm into the queen's castle, talk with her, and then just start killing nobles, it's gonna link back to the queen pretty quick. At the very
There's
least,
no
we
way
should.
she's going to be in the castle. She just
Not
had an
after an
assassination attempt on her life.
Well,
She has to
wherever
be in
she's
some
at.
kind of safe house.
Wherever she's at, we need to meet her on the down low.
Donovan,
And you assume we're gonna necessarily be seen.
you're a mob boss. Bodyguard. What's the first thing that happens whenever one of your people gets a shot taken at them?
Yeah, but you know that the council's gonna have eyes everywhere. We need to at least be somewhat discreet about it, because if we just start going and
I'm not talking
killing
about
off-
us, I'm talking about the queen. She's gonna be in hiding or something. She's gonna be in a place where they can't find her. You lay low when you get an assassination against you. She's not gonna be in the castle.
Yeah, that's why we gotta go see Samwise first.
Actually, that's a fair point. She's probably in Samwise.
Oh, you think she's right at
Where-
Samwise?
Wherever she's at, Samwise is gonna be the connect. So
So
Franco
shall
is
we meet
optional,
there?
but
Yeah, he's right. No, yeah, Donovan's right.
I just need to get to her quickly. PM, does Wilhai remember any sort of, the list of, if there is one, okay, strike happens, this is the first safe house. That place compromised, this is the next safe house, or anything like that?
Wilhai was not usually in the immediate bodyguard segment.
No, I
so
know.
Unfortunately, no.
Okay.
But you probably have remembered at this point that there is a call sign that all Vindicators have. That say that if you say, she will know that you are safe.
Wait, say it again.
You have a call sign that you can tell her that she will realize that you are part of her group.
Okay.
Queen has a safe word.
Yeah, the Queen has a safe
Of course.
word. Exactly. Of course she does. Hold on one second here.
While they're doing that, everyone, you can go and join our Discord and check out all our other socials, all those beautiful things in that tree, and take a look-see at our store. There are shirts like this on there. I'll keep telling you I normally do. What else do I normally plug during these times? I need help, Tatooine.
There's your
Tales of Andrea on
Discord.
Sunday.
There's your
It's not Tales of Andrea anymore.
Instagram. There's your
Oh,
Twitter.
right.
It's Chronicles of Nathriel. That's on Sunday at 3 p.m. MT time. And all those things, Donovan, are in our social tree. Those are our socials.
Yeah, but people like to know what options they are, because
Yeah, you can just click the social link. Just click the link.
Yeah, but if
click
you're
the
like
link.
me, you're
just
too
click
you're
the
too
link.
I have
click
clicked the link.
Donovan,
But a lot of
click the
people are
link.
too lazy to click links.
Click it. No, click it.
Our viewers are not lazy. Our viewers are enthused
You are accusing
and
our viewers
excited.
of being lazy.
Right.
They are fun and wonderful people. They are
just
not
saying
lazy.
in
They will follow
general
the
that-
excitement. The excitement is inside that link. Follow.
I stopped paying attention for 5 seconds.
And
what
we
just
degraded
happened?
so badly. We filled the time. It's okay.
Yeah,
Tangerine, no, don't. Anyway, okay, Smython, yes?
The passphrase is, only true blue blooms in the shadows.
Okay. I'll have to find the pun in that later. Okay, cool. Alright, yeah, I guess Sam is the best option. What if we... What?
Well, at least until we know how much the council is being backed by Father, then we know how... If the council is not being backed by Father at all, then we can openly move against them. But until we know where they stand, we should rely on our little Rose friend instead of doing anything too obvious.
Moving against the council is secondary, protecting the queen is primary.
I mean...
For me, anyway.
Protect the queen
That's
and the
fair.
council come to us. Protect the queen and another assassin will come to us. We can come and cover more answers if they try to do that. I agree with Wilhai. Protecting the queen takes priority. Answers come with her staying alive.
Yes, but being reactive will always keep us on the back foot, so we want to figure out who we need to take out first.
We are being reactive still. We
Well, we need
are
to
on
be
the back
proactive.
foot.
For now,
yes,
but we do need to be proactive.
But we need to make sure that the things that we need to keep alive stay alive. And clearly right now, the people who are keeping them alive are doing a piss poor job at it. And apparently we're the best shot Holmes got.
Well, to be fair, she is still alive, so they didn't completely suck at it.
Yeah, and how much is she still alive by?
Yeah, they didn't say.
Well, anyways, we could probably solve both problems by finding the queen.
Can we split up and
Use the key.
Donnie and Bella go try to find the general, Irvin and I go find the queen?
No.
We should not split up.
Well, we have to split up to kind of get up there. We want to take 2 ships.
Well, yeah, but we should reunite as soon as we get there.
Of
'cause
course.
God knows what they got planned. Or what we might walk into. You saw what they dropped on the village here.
We only have
That-
one egg
that-
anyway. Splitting
Yeah,
up's a
that-
bad idea.
Yeah, that too. But you saw what they dropped on a little podunk village that they thought were terrorists in there. What do you think they'll drop on, insurgencies in home?
I don't know how they.
Although technically, I suppose they'd be the insurgency. Either way.
Either way. Not good things.
Also, of course, there's mind wiping involved, but we're not even sure the military operates in home. Nobody knows about it. It could be just wiped from everyone's mind, but it might just never appear in home.
Yeah. And we don't know
You
how
said there
widely they
was-
operate. They could act as a secret police in home in addition to their
Well-
external activities.
That's essentially what he said, right? He said that they have hidden, like, operation bases throughout.
Mhm.
So, yes, they do operate
Yeah, but he
without
didn't
us
say.
knowing.
He didn't say to what scale they're running those
This
operations.
doesn't
'cause-
make sense.
I mean, as far as we know, the mafia doesn't ever get hit by stuff like that. Although with all the memory manipulation, I suppose we never would know.
Why is there an army? If there are maintainers, why is there an army? Maintainers are reusable. Their body gets destroyed, a new one can get made. Why would Father organize an organic army that dies off if he's got maintainers that he can just rebuild and repurpose?
Yeah, he probably likes the suffering.
This is
It
the
doesn't make
council.
sense to me.
It only makes sense if it's the council. We don't have enough information. This is pure hypothesis right now, but it's the only way having a
People like to be
military even
heroes.
makes sense.
I mean, it is
People
the
do
easier
like to be
solution, though.
heroes. Yeah, they're all idiots, but they like to be heroes, that's for
They
sure.
clearly are.
But it's like you said, if Father was doing this, he could do some kind of maintainer trick and have, unkillable soldiers, or at least a huge army of them. You don't get that.
I look
with
back at the
flesh and blood.
wreckage. They're definitely not unkillable.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, if it's a maintainer, I assume he can just swap into another maintainer form and come back in a few minutes. He can't. He's gone. So, Father, it does make sense that Father wouldn't be the one behind this, but he's definitely turning a blind eye to it.
Or maybe he just doesn't know. We have an egg. Maybe they are the people who made it. They have facilities hidden, even from Father.
I thought Negretti said that was one of the celestial legs.
Is
Didn't he claim
Negretti
ownership?
all-knowing?
No, but didn't he claim ownership of those little devices when we met him? He seemed surprised that we had one. He called it, "You have one of those things?" So I assumed it was of celestial origin from before whenever Father took over home.
Could be.
If so, it'd be nice to get our hands on a couple more of them, but at least from what Ricardo said, the amount that we did have has been going down over the years. I forget how many they said they used to have, but they lost a good amount of them. It would be nice. It'd be nice to have a couple more of
dwindling.
those, wouldn't it?
Right.
Bella, your dad has. Wait. Yeah, your dad has some, right?
He had one.
Was it
And
just
those
the
He
one?
gave it to us.
I thought he had them like throughout the house.
He had one in the house that I know of, that I only learned about when you did.
Mm-hmm.
I forget how that worked.
I don't know. Basically, we need to go and find some shit out.
Yeah, basically.
If we do split up, I've got the streets. There are people I can talk to. Basic information.
We should avoid splitting up on home, just because if we don't know just how much we've been zeroed out. If we get into combat where we don't have one of them roses on us, we don't really want to risk Father getting involved in any kind of scraps we might have. And
Yeah,
if we're dealing with Queen's area, we can't just rely on Father not caring like he does down in the gutters, catwalks.
The catwalk.
Yeah, so they might know. They might know of us. They might know of Paimon. I'm not sure. There was someone watching the house right before we left, and Father did show up when there may have been an altercation.
Wait, what?
No, there was an altercation. I started beating up a spy, but he squealed to Father.
Huh. And Father just showed up?
Mm-hmm. Well, don't forget that's normal for upper people.
For upper people, but I swear I've heard a few people call out to Father down there in the catwalks. They just ain't ever showed up.
Forget
Never
you're an uppie
once.
sometimes.
Maybe
good thing.
on accident.
Although, you know, the Orrs do live in a nicer neighborhood, so I can understand Father showing up a little bit more there if somebody screams, but...
I thought about it one time.
You thought about
But I
screaming,
didn't. It was a
Daddy?
matter of not like that. No, I did think about it once, but it was a matter of pride that I just wasn't willing to cross over that line for some reason, even though I don't know.
But does your family
pretty
just
desperate.
not? Does your family just not interact with Father? I would think they wouldn't mind you know,
No.
using him for normal stuff because he doesn't interfere with their business.
No, I don't think of that.
Do
I
you
don't
really
need him.
think that Ricardo wants to go talk to Father after seeing Father disintegrate Grandpappy?
That's a good point.
That's a good point, but Pappy's also kind of pragmatic.
Pragmatic, yes. Suicidal, the man is not. Unless it involves
He
strange.
likes to live, if you haven't noticed.
Like, he's a little bit of a risk taker, but he's not like...
Not that type of...
Look, the man has like one or two vices. It's my job to keep him from getting killed by those
One or
vices.
two vice grips?
No, she only comes
Mostly
on
around his
Tuesdays.
bollocks.
Wow, he must really have to work hard the other days.
Yeah, he's usually got his dice in a vice.
He routinely works hard.
A lot of hardly
Mm.
working.
Works, yes, that is what they call it over there.
Can sometimes
he's
be
a-
a tough pill to swallow.
Moonlights as a plumber, you know. He lays pipe all night.
His name isn't Mario.
I know, he lays
Here
pipe.
we
He doesn't
go.
traverse pipe.
Oh.
Mamma mia!
Mamma mia!
You
Right.
mean to tell me, Bella, you've never heard in the middle of the night, here we go!
Here we go!
Down the secret portal!
Ooh, that's why she stays at Mama's.
Luigi, tag me!
Luigi.
Anyways, I'll go with Will High. You
what
go
is
with Irvin.
Go the Alpha Tara.
We will fly relatively close so that we can keep at least some of the eggs' proximity towards both of us, if possible.
Well, as long as we don't start having conversations about Father as soon as we arrive, we should be all right, because... I mean, it seems fair to assume that Father's reach does not extend too far outside of home.
If he's pulling everything inward, the likelihood is he's trying to save something for later. So he probably can't sense anything outside of home, but he probably does have reliance on other things. Like if the military's part of him, they probably definitely have watchdogs out there, keeping an eye on the surroundings, especially now that half of their fleet's gone and destroyed. They're definitely keeping an eye out.
We're gonna have to go talk with the general and see how much he knows about us, and see if the people who Will High encountered were his men or not, or her men.
One step at a time. For now, we
Herman?
gotta wait.
Right.
I hate that guy.
We gotta meet the Queen first. Also, how do we even set up a meeting with a general that
You don't set up a meeting with a general who's bombing the surface in your family. You find them, pin them, start shooting their toes off one by one until they start squealing.
Yeah, but they're a general in a secret police, so they're not always going to be sitting around in a compound, unlike.
Then it's
that's
going
why
to be
you-
hard to find them.
Yeah, that's the finding them part.
Finding them will be the hard part. Getting to them will be a lot easier, though.
Exactly.
It's like, oh, hey,
Give me the answers.
You're not buried in a military base. You're just in an alleyway.
One thing I'm questioning is whether we should fly up through the center, because if there were, well, no, then they'd want to greet the ships that come
That'll
back.
bring us right into one of their encampments.
Yeah.
If we don't want to meet them first.
Right. No, if it weren't for the Queen, I would rather do that, because it'd probably be a lot easier to find the general through underlings. But yeah, we got to get to the Queen.
And for the future, we have one of their ships. We got one of their bombers. We can fly one of their bombers and easily land.
That's a good point.
We
Yeah, we
should
can do
park
that
at,
again later.
Crix's hangar, because didn't Skinner say they recently had found these ships? Did Bella relay that information? I assume she did.
Yeah. Not like recently, like 6 months ago, but like
decades or so.
Like 20-ish years, or
Okay.
something like that.
Okay. If that's the case, it might be possible that the hangar that Crix has been using for all these years isn't known to them. Although it is kind of weird that Father wouldn't know everything going on in home.
Well,
Clearly, there's got to be some kind of limit to what he can do.
keep in mind, for even ever since I was alive, Father's been pulling people and sensors inward to the center of home. The hangar's on the outside, the outskirts. It's probably been out of his sensors for a while.
Yeah, that's.
And besides, that's the only other one we know of.
Yeah,
So
it's
what
the-
choice do we
Except
really
for
have?
the asshole one.
And that one is probably going to have
That's not
uninvited
an
guests.
option at this point.
Yeah. Not an option for now. An option for the future, though. I'd love to fly up Home's ass.
Well, we'll call that what? Plan Y?
No, that was touching the big no power.
Okay, yeah, we'll make that Plan X then.
We'll make it Plan
Irvin.
B for butt. What up?
Can you fly all the way to home from here?
I just look down as I'm still off the ground by like a couple of feet, having just not landed. And like, pretty sure I can.
So it's not just a matter of time. It like.
I mean, I've been flying for a few hours now. Just keeps going and going. Like a bunny with a drum that it keeps beating over and over again and just never stops.
I've seen
Kind of
that
like a
hollow
bunny
too.
who's energized.
Yeah, it's the Shock Me bunny. That, blue thing. The mascot for the Shock Me cells.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Shock Me
taser
users.
hair.
That's the mascot's name. Taser hair. Look at Smython's face.
Goes in the codex.
Glorp spheres.
There is no. Is this your revenge for Glorp spheres? Is that what this is, or is this payback for books?
I don't think it has to be payback for anything. It's just fun.
It's not payback for anything. It's just, rarefication of not being the DM or GM. So.
Okay, to be fair, I consider the Glorp spheres to be like the magnet for all of the goofy shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
kind of is.
We have put a lot of we have a lot of Glorp sphere jokes at this point. We got Carrie the Glorp sphere, we got Glorp stank, we got Clank, we got canned Glorp sphere,
Glorp fritters,
Glorp fritters.
Glorp fritters.
No, it's a very
nugget
useful
kit?
animal.
Yes.
I don't know. Glorp nuggets.
They're a really versatile animal. They have a lot
I
of
did not
diversity.
see 'em. You can prepare it a lot of ways.
Meanwhile,
I
Books
don't
is just
like
us being
'em, but
inconsistent
they're
as all
diverse.
heck.
Well, I don't think there's
Get
really anything
shredded.
else we can hash out for now. Not until we talk to Samwise.
Yeah, so we take off at nightfall
At night,
or whatever
we
whatever
fly.
night at home will be.
We should leave probably like 2 a.m. or so. No, do like 1 a.m. That gives us plenty of time to get back, but we can still get a little bit of sleep in.
Oh, we slept late today. I slept late today. I'll be good for a bit.
You want to reset that cycle. Oh, that's right. You're still young. Oh, you young whippersnappers.
Cycle? What are you even talking about?
Also, Donnie would kind of like to go pay some respects to his whatever kind of graves that they would have. Although I don't know. Would these people have? I feel like with their connection to nature, they would just leave the bodies out for nature to kind of exhume.
They would. They. Yeah.
Bury them
They
under trees,
plant. Yeah, they plant a sapling.
That's a good way to do it. In that case, I would like to go see my parents' trees. Well, saplings, I guess, because they're, what, 10-year-old trees now?
Hey, 10-year-old trees are pretty big. They can be.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
They're at least, what, 20-something feet tall sometimes?
Something
if
like
it's a
that.
particular...
Yeah. Depending on the genus.
Yeah. They don't tend to be very full or thick.
Oh.
Tree lore drop.
Oh, Donnie. We never found your parents' bodies.
Wait, no, you said you found the grandmother, or we found the mother. She was apparently nearby in the forest.
No, I said that we said that she ran off.
Okay.
That they believe she was killed. They never
Okay.
found her.
Dang, so they didn't find either one of them. They're ash.
I have carved a memorial into the common hut, as is our tradition if we can't plant a tree. You may pay your respects there.
That will have to be enough.
Enough. There. No. Come on, Donnie. Show you my way of doing it.
Yeah. Oh, come on. Over here screwing with the flask lid.
I'm just gonna start floating off towards the forest.
There we go. Well, first Donnie is going to go see the carving real quick, since
it's there.
He would
Yeah,
like.
I'll wait.
It's obviously stylized, but you definitely can see a small resemblance between Donnie's mother and him in the face.
She probably looks quite a bit like Vala at this point.
Yeah.
Like, oh hey, great big tall redheads. Although I imagine Donnie's mom was probably actually, considering Donnie and Vala are small compared to everyone else, freaking Grandma is bigger than Donnie.
I keep forgetting that.
Dad is small on the carving.
Really?
Yes, Dad is small, very small.
I see. I was imagining him as a great big bear of a man. That is surprising.
Well, I mean, obviously we're dealing with your character, so we can
Small is relative here.
talk about it. But you know,
We're dealing with people who are like big ass Samoans here, so
right. No, but what you would guess that your dad might actually have been shorter than you.
That's surprising. For some reason in my head, I always picture him as being this great big bear of a man. Huh.
Oh, you're thinking of your grandfather, dearie.
Was he?
May the forest rest his soul.
May the force.
All right, how late did Granddaddy have a black beard?
She goes, oh, quite a while actually. He didn't really go gray. Not much.
How damn much is home taken from me at this point? I can't even remember my own family.
Sometimes
you
that
had
happens.
one.
I mean, you were born, so clearly you had one at one point, but God knows where they've ended up with home being what it is.
Having gotten curious and joined Donovan on the side, just floating around and
Yeah, he's a surprisingly short character, ain't he?
Hey, was your grandmother from home?
I don't think she was.
Grandma's literally standing right there, and she goes, "Oh, no, goodness me, I was born here."
Oh, your grandma.
Yeah, it's a grandma.
Oh, I just put that together.
Wow. Urban really does not pay attention to some details, does he?
No, he doesn't.
To be fair, this is like this isn't really even a mystery. It's just like, hey, the paternity of Donovan's weird family.
So grandma's still alive, but grandfather died. And
Grandma's alive, granddad's dead,
your
mama's dead.
father was, pointing at grandmother, your son.
I don't believe so. This is
goes,
maternal
no.
grandma.
No, maternal grandmother. His mother was our daughter.
Mother
Her name
was the
was
daughter.
Her,
Okay.
her name was Liera.
Your father then. Who were his parents?
That is an excellent question. We asked around in the other tribes, but couldn't give an answer.
Hey, was your father
he
from
wanted-
home?
I don't even remember my father's name or his face right now. I don't really know.
Goodness, no. He came stumbling into one of our encampments, a long time ago. Quite crazy out of his mind. Little fella, too. Kind of like you guys.
Hey, Grandma. We came stumbling into your encampment not too long ago, and we came from home.
Well, we came in a spaceship, so...
Yeah,
You came in one of your flying craft.
He could have been thrown off the edge and survived in some way, saved by his stone skin or something. But if he was the same size as us, that doesn't suggest he's come from here, or the surface. Are all the other tribes the same size?
She says, in general, yes. Most of us are about this size. And she kind of, like, you watch the gears turn her head, and she goes, oh. Oh dear. I never even considered that before.
How in God's name would he have survived?
He didn't.
I could easily leave home at any moment.
Yeah,
and
you can
return
bend
at any
air.
moment.
He never
That's
said
okay.
anything about that. He always claimed he couldn't remember anything.
Bumbling, losing half his mind, can't remember anything. Donovan, please tell me this is striking some bells. Bella is rubbing off on me. Don't let me do this anymore.
I can't even remember his face. All I can remember is his voice. I don't even remember what he said though anymore.
Huh. All of this is just getting me to think. What if my dad's from down here?
Your father? Do you know your parents?
No. Murdered my mom on the way out. Dad was never there.
Wait, you murdered your own mother?
Not
I don't know, I was just a
intentionally.
baby.
That's a euphemism.
Oh dear, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, don't be. Waste of effort. Hey, Donovan, I need to admit. Thanks. Oh.
We gotta get that filled up with some liquor from home. They make some good mead, but their hard liquor is oh boy.
No, I never even considered that.
Sorry, I did that very quickly.
At the time, we didn't have a lot of visitors from up there. We thought they were monsters.
Well, I mean, to be fair, you're not wrong. They are monsters.
I mean,
pretty much everyone I've met up there. The only one who's not a monster, surprisingly, is Bella.
Yeah, he can pop people's heads with air. She has horns, and she can throw fire 400 feet.
She usually doesn't hurt people, at least not physically, just emotionally.
Honestly, the fireball thing was kind of a new trick. I did not know she could do that.
Never needed to.
Well, to be fair, home's usually not the best place to just go and throw fireball around. That's usually discouraged.
I mean, I disagree, but you know. I throw air around. It doesn't really have a lasting effect.
Oh.
And electricity now, apparently, that's a thing.
We
All
do have
I
that
know.
little girl down here who's got the same powers, so.
What?
You know, the little girl who can fly around when she holds her breath. You know,
oh, right, holds her breath, right. I forgot about her.
Yeah, so there's some kind of link from that. Although there could be a link that predates home as far as we know.
Grandma, is there a tribe that does things like I do?
Is there a tribe with pointy ears?
Mine are
She
gone. They
says-
got nicked off when I was a baby. They didn't want to reveal I was a half-elf.
And she
Better
says,
to be human when you're working for the mob.
"You're an elf or a half? You're a half?
Half-elf. My mama was human. My dad was elven, apparently.
Yeah, he's 66.
I
67.
have not.
Oh, 67. Happy birthday.
I
I've been 67 the whole time, but that was just too beautiful. That was beautiful.
beautiful.
No delay. Damn.
I knew I was somewhere close. I knew it was 60-something. So it was like, 66 is close enough.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Being one off. Perfect.
Child, I haven't seen an elf since I was a girl. But
Wait, you saw an elf?
I think I remember there was a tribe of elves that lived here once. But they ran, retreated somewhere. I vaguely remember hearing them speak of a mine, but that's it. I always assumed they had been killed off by the raiding parties. I haven't seen one since.
Yeah, it looks like one of them might have got catnapped. Either that or it's maybe Irvin's bloodline is way older than we thought.
Hey, you remember those old hollows? The one where they, I'm calling them hollows now. I have no idea if those things even exist.
I was gonna say.
Like those old plays. The plays about where you have to gather up the balls and you get a wish from this weird thing that pops out of it. It's the main character's name. What was his
Carrot
father's
Man?
name?
Yugi?
Carrot Man.
Yeah.
Carrot Man. Then his father. I feel like maybe
Broccoli,
my
yeah.
broccoli. Maybe my dad was like broccoli. Came up to home to fight the indiscrepancies and was from down here. I ended up falling in love with my mother. This is a fantastical story that is way too fucking suiting for my family. That's way too put together. That's just no, it's not right.
I mean, he could have just been somebody who, like me, got kidnapped off a home and, you know, went to a staff zone one too many times.
That seems a lot more appropriate.
Do you know if your mom was human or elf?
Human.
Okay.
At least that's what they tell me.
See, I'm just wondering if... how common are elves on home in general?
Not
We've seen one.
very.
Okay.
Like, probably about as rare as kitsunes.
Okay, that's very rare then.
I'm
So-
half rare. I'm uncommon.
So it could be one of two things. Either there was a elf guy going around at brothels, in which case we need to go ask around and see if anyone remembers an elf guy from brothels.
I've already done that.
Okay. Or your mama was an elf, and she was worth extra money.
Father
in a
was a
staff
word.
zone.
I mean, what?
But he's okay with that now, though.
Yeah.
I'm a fiction of your imagination.
It honestly could go either way, since you can't really trust the Negretti to be honest on that. So, although really it doesn't matter, since from somewhere you got elf blood, and well, obviously that must share some kind of bloodline with the people here on the surface, and that could be recent. But being with an elf, how long do elves live?
Longer than humans.
So, I mean, it's possible that for the couple hundred years that Home's been around, that, you know, an elf lineage capable of throwing air around might have stuck in. Although it all still does sound kind of fantastical, don't it?
Everything about all of this sounds fantastical, Donovan. You can turn into a tree. You can thicken your skin to be like stone.
You can fly.
You can fly. You can fly. Thank you.
Donnie points at Bella. Her blood literally bubbles from being so warm.
Through a window, because we're inside the building, away from them.
Yeah, okay. I was about to say, I thought we were outside
Yeah,
still.
we're not in the same area as them.
For some reason, I was assuming it was like on the outside of the hut. So
nah, I think it's
I don't know
on the
why I was
inside.
assuming that. Probably.
It's on the it would be on the outside.
Oh,
'Cause
around the
that way
outside,
anybody
around
can
the
come
outside,
up. Then
around the
anyone
outside.
can come up and pay respects to those that have fallen that don't have
Okay.
their tree.
Either way, though, I
Well-
think distance away, though.
Yeah. Donnie has
Irvin
paid his
said he
respects
walks
at
up.
this point.
I've been assuming I wasn't there.
Yeah.
Speaking
Alright.
of,
All right, Donnie boy.
Yeah.
Respects in different way.
Is this going to require liquor?
Yes,
This
it
usually
is.
requires liquor. Okay. Hey, Kaya, can I get a gourd from you?
He goes, yeah, I got you right here, mate.
Ah, much obliged. Donovan's going to hold up the gourd to Irvin and say, "All right, let's go see what you're doing."
All right.
He's also going to
Dog.
take a sniff of what's in the gourd, and he's going to take a sniff. You're going to see him visibly recoil
Might
for
as
a minute, but then he's just going to put the cap back on and go, "This will just have to do." Hey, did anyone bring that Sperma de Diablo?
You hear just vaguely in the background, Kaya going, "Aye, he wanted the gold of cleaning supplies, right?"
Oh no. Oh dear.
And he could
No.
just barely make out the his grandma or the Donnie's grandma bonking Kaya on the head with her stick. You idiot! It's technically alcohol. It's technically edible.
It's ethanol, not alcohol. It's
No,
chemically
ethanol's
different. It doesn't
ethanol's the
work
good
same
kind.
way.
This is probably isopropyl.
Isopropyl, yeah, it's not a good kind. It's
Ethanol's
you
the good
don't-
stuff. Don't drink
Don't do that
methanol.
at home, kids. Don't do that at home. No,
Yeah, don't-
There,
yeah,
there
no,
are
no,
two
no,
very
no, no.
clear different kinds. One will kill you. The other one will just mess you up for a day or two.
Yeah.
Actually, there's
Don't
like
do
one
either,
good kind of alcohol, and all the rest you should avoid.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even ethanol's technically, even ethanol's kind of poison for you, but the rest of them are just straight up. death.
We're gonna find a nice spot in the forest, and you can roll back around to us. Let these two do something for a bit.
I'm gonna have Irvin take a sniff of this. Hey, does this smell like This don't smell like
Chloroform?
turpentine to you, does it?
Throw it in the air.
All right, let's see if it lights on fire.
That's
Oh shit!
Throw it in the air.
I'm just gonna put the cap back on.
Please tell me that Bella and Will High just watched the two of them walk off and like went completely unspoken, just looked at each other and followed. Because I could totally see them going, "We gotta see this. What's going on here?" This is gonna be great. Never mind.
They're gonna blow each other up. I don't want to go anywhere near that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they'll be fine, but yeah, probably burn themselves a bit.
It's still right.
Although, would you be able to handle that? Like, if there was an explosion, you seem fire.
I don't actually have a whole lot of experience with fire. You know, with home being very flammable and all. But I know that my family does have a tolerance for the spicy. We can take the heat, if you know what I mean.
I can see a few different meanings of that, all of which seem appropriate for your family.
Yeah.
You good
What
over
about your family?
Yeah, I'm fine.
You got a little spice in you, You can't be all boring for just being a human. You seem like you've got a little something.
Curious what you mean by a something.
Well, all of you boys seem to have turned out very well. For humans, I mean.
Well, I couldn't say to that, since I have only met Marcus, Quill, and Reggie a few weeks ago.
Only.
Or, wait, was that days ago? Jeez.
Days.
Wow.
You guys have done a lot in a week.
Things are moving quickly. Anyway.
Yeah.
That's still 3 brothers. And you have how many? A
the
lot.
ones I not well, I don't know what you think of a lot. 3 other siblings that I knew of before the ones we found. There's Gary, there's Hesto. Real
Gary?
It's spelled differently than you're thinking.
Okay.
Gary.
He lives in Indiana.
Just like you have all these names. Gary.
Gary, yeah.
Gary's.
Well, I don't even know how many siblings I even have. I could have countless numbers. But I am the only one that is actually claimed by my 2 parents, so.
Do you have any that are claimed by one of your parents? Like, do you know any of your half siblings?
Yes.
Claimed or not? Yeah.
I mean, we assume. Half demon pop up every once in a while, you know.
Well, but
we take them in.
Do you think all the half demons are from your mom or dad, or is it like others in the family, in the mob family?
I mean, it's hard to tell sometimes. Women come and they claim, you know, trying to get a piece of the pie, so to speak.
A pie?
Pay them off.
Of her puppy pie.
It works out.
They want some of Papa's papalay?
What's that like, having a family with... Like, I knew, you know, the memories I had. You know, I knew who my family was. I knew the connection with them. And we weren't like terribly close, but we were still family. But yours is so scattered, it seems to me.
Scattered, but we're still close. We're family, we have to be. That's just how it goes. You know, like family dinners, weddings, birthdays, anniversaries, whether they're upheld or not. You know,
Baptisms.
Baptisms. We're Dathlic. We're Dathlic
Really?
family. Yes.
Hmm.
You see this gold chain with the pentagram on it?
Mm-hmm.
Catholic.
Yeah. We're Dathlic.
Dathlic, not Catholic, Matthew. Jeez.
Dathlic.
Protestant.
Huh. I would not have thought that of your family.
Oh, of course. You have to be. You're part of the family, you have to be Dathlic. That's the rules.
Well, yeah, but being Dathlic with the pentagram, I thought it like represented order and like order out of chaos, whereas like I was saying, your family seems chaotic to me.
Well, maybe a little, sometimes. But, I mean, we all follow the same code. And we know that, you know, in our own way, we follow our rules. You have to. And in that way, we're not chaotic.
Yeah, that makes
There
sense.
has to be some sort of order. It just doesn't always have to be seen as orderly to outside people. All that
does
matters
make sense.
is the order that my family has. And of course, our company.
Well, and I guess the company, yeah, it makes a business out of criminality. So
You say criminality, I say opportunity.
regardless, it's something that could be chaotic if the families weren't
Right,
painting
right.
it.
Anyways. But you.
Don't know, but what I thought we were was low-level nobility, which honestly is just like slightly richer merchants.
So you sell things? Like what?
Wooden artifacts, not artifacts, that makes it sound way too fancy. Wooden objects. Used to be in the staff business, not the staff zone. You know, Irvin's not here, so I don't have to worry about it as much. But would, you know, back in the days when when noble families were being started, they helped distribute, make and distribute the staffs to people who wanted them, or to people who had them, to men who had them.
Staffs are desirable sometimes, you know. I'm just kidding. I can be serious sometimes, maybe.
Has a giant explosion rocked the clearing yet?
What?
Oh! It turns out the gourd in Donovan's hand was in fact high-test cleaning alcohol.
I'm assuming something is going to explode. That's the assumption I'm making.
It's fine.
Oh no!
It's fine.
No,
I got it.
I'm just gonna slap the cork back on the gourd. It's gonna run out of oxygen and it'll be fine.
Or it'll become
I'll
a
smother the
compressed bomb.
fire. No. It'll
Either
run
way.
out of oxygen immediately.
Sure.
It doesn't have an oxidizer in there. It can't expand. It can only contract, or at least.
So was there actually an explosion or no?
That's what I'm waiting to find out because I assumed they were doing something explosive, but I don't know for sure what they were doing.
No.
I've got
We were just
much
testing-
more wholesome planned.
Yeah, well, I was just trying to see if the alcohol was actually cleaning.
If it was, consumable alcohol as opposed to cleaning alcohol.
Yeah, like look, did he just give us like something that's going to kill our livers in 15 minutes?
Who cares?
No. 20 tops.
Okay.
What's a liver?
Yeah, anyway,
I
I'm sorry.
don't know.
Anyway.
Sorry if there's more Bella and
Will, hi.
Well, hi.
Sorry. You ever have those days where you ever have it when your brain just shuts down and resets for a split second?
Mate, I literally just saw the hamster lose its traction and flip around in your wheel.
Yeah, that's exactly what just happened there. I lost everything right there. No, that is an excellent example. That is an excellent analogy of what just happened. Yes, Bella. If there was more Bella and Will High, I just was curious because I assumed there was going to be an explosion at some point.
No, we're just reacting to Kaya giving us potentially weird booze.
Oh, okay.
So at that last comment, Will High, not being sure how serious or not she was, he kind of twirls his staff in his hand and then holds it out, offers it to her to look at.
This fanfiction's going
You're
well.
offering me your staff, Will High.
Well, you did mention it.
I look at it. Okay. It's
heavy.
pretty large. Big boy. And you
Will
said,
High is now looking. He got the flirt earlier. Now he's very blushing and a little flabbergasted.
This was passed down in your family?
I think so.
You think so?
That's what I knew.
You know,
5
sometimes-
generations old.
sometimes other men have let me hold their staffs. And yes, I do mean wooden staffs.
I'm not sure that helps.
That didn't help.
Like this.
Wooden staff, you say?
At least it's
I
not
don't think
hot
I've seen one
shingles.
like this though. This one seems different.
Yeah, and I'm not sure why that is. I mean, I know what it can do that's different, and we discovered like the unlocking capability is new to me. Does your father have a staff?
Eh? I don't know.
No,
No.
he
Not that
doesn't.
I've seen.
Because
I
it
don't
was
think
burned
so.
up. Because it got burned up. When Grandpappy died, he lost the
So
family
he didn't-
staff, and he
All the
never
servants.
carved. And he never carved a new one. He never ordered a new one.
Interesting. You know, I've never seen him with one, and I don't know if he has one.
Well, I don't know how much it matters if we're gonna be, if home's gonna change dramatically and we're ending the staff zones. These used to mean something different, or not only that.
I'm not even sure we're going to live on home for much longer. I don't know if it'll be safe. You had the same... I'm assuming you had the same dream I did with the dragon.
The donuts? Oh, dragon.
No.
Oh, you had the dragon one?
And you had a dream about donuts?
No, you did. You said that this morning.
Oh. Yes.
That's the only dream you mentioned.
I had a different dream about the dragon. And it sounded very angry.
Okay. Is that the dragon you all have heard before? That's the first time I've heard it. And yeah, I had a dream last night.
It may have been the first time I heard it also.
Oh, really? Oh, right. We were the only two that had...
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't... Honestly, I think I want to get my family off of home. This place looks nice. Down here, we could start a new life.
Yeah, this definitely seems like a better place. But with what we know right now, if home falls, or maybe even if not, the dragon might come and eat home and the planet.
Well, this is significantly bigger. I'd rather be on something like this than a tiny little... It's the biggest thing I've ever known until I came down here, but in comparison, compared to all of this down here, a little bit better of survivability, hopefully. Bigger is better, after all.
Maybe.
Don't die.
So, for you then, you say everyone's family, but you obviously care about your mother and father, it seems the most, or is that just because they're the easiest ones to list? Like, when you say, bring mommy and poppy down here, do you mean them, or them and all the unknown?
I said what I meant. I meant my whole family. That means everyone.
Yeah, that'd be good. Have you noticed how clean the air is here?
It's a little weird, if I'm going to be honest.
Oh?
Like a little unnerving. Like too clean. That's going to be hard to get used to.
I think that's a good point to switch back, probably. You guys good to switch back?
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, yeah. We're good. We didn't blow ourselves up.
Switch back
Good.
at the Glorpsphere Sparts.
Glorpsphere farts. Yeah.
You go nose blind to it, but that lack of air quality never goes away.
Oh. All right. So anyway, what are the two of you up to?
Finding a small little clearing, small meadow, just in.
Okay. There's a good waterfall over here, right?
Too loud.
That's fair.
Let me get there. Just stand for a moment, look at the sun. Alright. Where's that flask? Give me that flask. Alright. This is the way I do things. I ain't got no tomb, no memories, no whatever it is. Heck, I don't even know my parrot's name. So
They
instead,
have
I
gone
do a
back
little
to the
thing
earth.
for them.
Verdict.
To the oppressed like my mother. May they find freedom and not be oppressed. To the missing like my father. May truth of their knowledge of where they are be found.
Nope, see, my hands are empty.
And to the fuckers who started this all, may they suffer the ultimate death and be forgotten.
I'll drink to that. Ugh.
I don't actually care about finding my father.
Oh God, is this what they call liquor down here? Jesus, we gotta teach these people how to distill.
You should try Franco's secret blend. It's a bit rough. Kind of like that.
Wait, isn't that the stuff that sent like 3 Malakota guys to the hospital last month?
No, that was me.
Oh. Oh God, we got so much bad information out of that place. Well, it's Franco, so I guess it all makes sense now.
Franco Special Blend is 220 proof.
So basically,
put some hairs on your chest.
So basically, he has just got Greek fire in a jar.
No, it literally violates the laws of physics. There is more alcohol in the bottle than physically can fit.
You take a sip out of it.
Physically possible.
Possible.
You take a sip out of it, and all of a sudden you can't feel your butthole anymore.
Oh God! Butthole? What is a butthole? How do I breathe? What's going on?
What?
Oh, yeah, that's I mean, they got some really, really good mead, but you can tell these guys have had the rough end of a stick for a couple of generations now, can't you?
Rough end of the stick. Everyone other than the people higher up in home have had the rough end of the stick for generations.
Well, ain't that the damn truth? So what do you think we're gonna do about it? Think we're gonna kill Father? Think we're gonna reprogram him? Or do you think we're just gonna crash the whole damn thing into the ground like that dream that insect bastard was showing us?
Do you know what I hated about that dream the most?
Oh, I can imagine. What was it for
Felt
you?
right.
You know,
The end result.
it felt right up until I saw my parents.
See, I didn't know your parents. I didn't know who they were until you said something, but home being in the ground,
that
people
part was
being
nice. I do
around,
have to admit.
it all felt right.
Yeah, it was a nice little dream, but I just couldn't believe it.
So ultimately,
Not
where I'm
after.
gonna head.
Not after everything that happened. You know, the minute that fight, well, a little bit after that fight started, I could hear screaming, right?
I dreamt and heard the dragon again last night.
Yeah, I had that dream too. Actually, I had a couple. Actually, I had 2 dragon dreams.
Screaming, hang on. Like what kind?
You ever hear somebody screaming? You know, when their whole body's been set on fire, the lips are gone, but the vocal cords are still intact. You know what that sounds like? It sounded like that, but it couldn't have been anybody from the village. So I don't know what I was hearing, but I could hear it the entire time that my blood was boiling. It just didn't go away.
You were found, right?
By Cricks, apparently. Whatever burnt out relic of the village. I don't know where that village even is from here. I suppose we'd have to ask my grandmother. Apparently they never found the bodies. I suspect there's not much left to find. I mean, we saw those weapons in action. What would that have done if that would have hit one of us? Well.
Yeah, actually.
Well, yeah, you got hit by it, and you looked a little bloody afterwards, and which is kind of funny because you did pretty fancy shit with the electricity after that.
Yeah, it kind of tickled.
Mine didn't so much tickle. Mine kind of tingled. My skin was going from... The bark's still kind of new to me yet to begin with, but the stone and everything else, it's a weird sensation.
Felt like being that shocker bunny.
Oh yeah,
Just full of energy.
I had that feeling after the dragon flew into me. Oh, well, not... I should specify on which dragon now, since we keep running into him. The guardian of the forest. The dragon who was helping us out. When we were in that beach, we broke out of it, I saw the dragon. I saw him again in a dream last night. Apparently, he's not coming back, and whatever power that he did have, he has somehow passed on to me. And Donnie's going to grab a rock, and he's going to try to use this newfound ability he has picked up.
Yep. As you focus, the stone seems to almost like the texture slides off the stone and works its way up your arm.
Is the rock consumed?
No. It just
Okay.
feels like it kind of blurs from the rock onto you. And you get the distinct impression that with time you'll be able to do this faster, but right now it's a brand new skill that you're still working on.
So this is not a swift action like the normal stone skin.
Not yet.
Alrighty.
It would be
Well,
a
we call
full action.
We call it stone skin, but it's barks. It's thematically bark skin because it's stone skin in mechanics. Confusing, I know.
Although you are technically using stone at this point, so
Yes. So that makes it... We're somewhere on the point. Donnie's got magic. But anyways, this is now what I can do, apparently. Thanks to the Guardian.
So you just need to hold something.
Apparently. I don't know how much it extends. I don't know if only it's things found in nature, or if I can do this with anything that comes from nature.
I'm gonna reach up.
don't
and
pick
take
up
off my
animal
hat.
droppings.
I mean, I'm specifically thinking I wonder if it just works on, refined substances from the earth.
I'm gonna reach up and take off my hat.
Isn't there a huge
There is a
Poke off his head?
as I do and try holding on to this. And I'm gonna start focusing the elemental overflow instead of inside my hat, in the center of my hands, and just hold on to it instead of letting it go.
Oh, so you want me to try to do what I just did with the absorption with the air you're moving?
With the visible sighting of the air I'm compressing in between for my bang.
All right, I am going to reach out and I am going to touch his bang.
Why does
You want to try that again? You want to reword that?
I'm going to touch the
Reach out
Rasengan.
and touch bang.
It doesn't help that I've been watching or reading One Punch Man, so bangs in my head because that's a character there. Yeah, I'm going to reach out and
So-
I'm going to touch it and try to do the same thing.
So the harder you pull, you begin to get a sense of vertigo. And you are suddenly very aware of your body, and you are aware of the awareness of your body. And if you continue to pull, you start to get the distinct impression that you are remote controlling your body from somewhere else far away, like you're disconnected, kind of.
Oh, I know that feeling. It's really uncomfortable.
Ugh.
And
what the?
although right before you let go, you did see the tips of your fingers waver out of existence for just a second.
That
Hang on, I can't let it go naturally.
That's where the explosion comes from.
There you go.
Do you ever remember
Random
having
tree just-
dreams as a kid where you like see yourself in the third person?
I put my hat back on. Yeah. Yeah, whenever I had fevers.
Yeah, I just had a moment like that.
Your fingertips started disappearing.
Yeah, and that didn't look like when Vala does that. That was
different.
That wasn't smoke.
That was
That
just
was-
straight gone.
We're gonna let's shelve that one for a little bit. That one made me feel a little. I imagine it feels like when you hold your, like when you
Lightheaded.
pull all your air into your lungs and then push it down into the bottom of your lungs, and then you get lightheaded. I imagine it felt kind of like that. And Donovan's ears are still kind of ringing. Like, whew, I'm okay. I'm okay. What did you... That was Oh. I think maybe it's only supposed to work on solid objects. That felt a little unnatural. Although everything has felt a little unnatural the past couple of days, so I suppose that's not saying a whole lot.
That's not natural. But it expresses.
That's not good enough.
Huh.
Okay, so
Well.
so the rock that I used earlier, not consumed, right?
No.
Okay. All right. Donnie wants to do one more test. He wants to put his hand on his mithril breastplate and try it.
Ooh.
If it comes from Verdant, it belongs to Verdant.
Hi, International DM Helpline. Yeah, I just accidentally gave my player something he should not have, and I don't know how to take it back.
Please hold on the line while we
Doesn't
gather
work
an expert.
on metal.
I mean, well, but
We're
here's the
sorry.
thing:
Hi,
metal
hi,
is
I'm sorry, you've reached
metal
Spain
is
from
natural.
International DM
It's just not
Helpline.
found concentrated. So it's one of those ones. It's like, does refined stuff count? That's also why I
process-
specifically asked if things were consumed, because that puts a big damper on doing stuff like that.
The process begins to work, but as you get it about halfway up your arm, the mental strain becomes too much and you lose it.
Ooh. My hand was just metal for a moment, wasn't it?
Oh, God. Well, Donovan, looks like you've got some training to do.
Yeah.
Cute training montage.
Looks like it.
Ding, 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 ding.
It's just
Right.
weird
I'm
to
just-
think that I've had these abilities my entire life and figured them out basically this week.
I'm picturing him like getting in a stance and like sticking his fist into water and then punching something and then like wood and then punch and then rock and then punch.
Oh no, this is like full anime mountain man training montage. You know, he's sitting under waterfalls. He's splitting
Right.
boulders with his hands.
It's
He's
like doing
carrying him up
push-ups
mountains.
with Irvin sitting on his back, and occasionally the wind starts
Yeah.
rushing downwards to make more
Oh, no,
pressure on him, so it's harder
yeah,
to do a push-up.
Irvin is watching with Donovan having a bowl on his back. And he's just using it to push the air down on him.
Oh no, I'm straight up like.
Wait, what
all
are we
right,
doing?
drop down and give me 20.
We're
Donovan.
doing an anime montage for Donovan's training. Take it to
I
the
have
limit.
had
Mm-hmm.
67
Past
years
the
What's
edge of no
happening?
return.
to learn about what I can do. I have a
Yeah,
fair
you definitely
idea
do
of how
have-
to control a few of the elements, and I'm still learning some things, but when it
Yeah,
comes
you
to these
definitely have a head
specifics,
start on this. This is kind of new for me, because for me, my whole spiel has usually just been get in close and use the bullhook, and he just motions to the bullhook that's still on his side. And that's generally been quite effective, but who knows what else I can do, I guess.
Alright. This is where we start treating you.
Did you say treaching?
I did.
Preaching.
Treating. We're treating because we're teaching, but we're also reaching
trees.
into the deep side of you. So we're
That's
a-
treating.
Big treat.
I thought it was just
Big
treaching.
treach. And that's where
You know-
Irvin will start helping Donovan, picking up different things and saying, focus on this until it's time to leave. training montage. I mean,
you know.
Yeah. What happens
Young
when Donovan tries
Padawan.
this with water?
What?
Donovan wants to try this with water. I imagine that's going to be equally uncomfortable.
It's okay. So water's a little bit different. You still get that that weird vertigo, observing yourself in the third person sensation, but it is easier to control, and you are able to make a portion of your body water. The problem is that once you hit the halfway point, your control slips and you lose control of the ability, and the water just kind of splashes off of you and you go back to being solid.
But before it breaks, I specifically want to poke myself where I am water. I'm like, wait a minute, is it?
You can feel it, but it's not painful.
Okay. Huh. That is... I feel very cool when it's like this. Ugh.
Yeah, no, actually, yeah, you would actually be incredibly cold once you went back to solid, because unless the water that you turned into was 98.6 degrees, you've basically just turned. You've brought your blood and flesh back at the lower temperature that the water was at.
Ooh.
Yeah, you look
So
pretty fluid.
don't give yourself hypothermia.
Okay. Don't use water too much.
Like you were just running with the stream.
Like I know how this ability works. Minus the mithril, I didn't think of that. But and I know what's I know roughly what's going on, but Donnie's not at a point where he can control it.
See, it's not mithril I'm worried about. It's just, home is made out of how much steel?
1 point.
Although mithril is better than steel, so.
A lot.
I need some adamantium.
Yeah, I was going to say, because honestly, at this point, we can't balance-wise, we can't afford to have, Donnie as a mithril golem clomping around immune to damage. Just
you could. One of the limitations I was thinking, you could have him have to absorb, actually physically consume 5 kilograms worth of the stuff whenever he uses it as a balance. But either way, I'm going to exploit it.
Yeah.
Because if I can absorb 5 kilograms, I'm going to use that at home to dig holes.
If we did that with Donovan and we threw him in front of everyone, then he'd be taking all the hits. Bella and I can stay in the background doing the actual killing of everything. And then Wilhite can actually be the person who gets the information to get us there in the first place. And be the smarty smart thinky.
No, what? Wilhite can stand directly behind Donovan and poke his staff out from under Donovan's arms.
Yeah, his arms.
No, yeah.
But then he doesn't get to do twirly foot flips.
Here's the thing: just understand that
foot flips.
But if Donovan turns into metal or stone, please understand he will take the form of a thwomp block.
Kirby it up.
I just turned into that big golem thing from Mario that goes crush.
Yep.
Oh, Kirby.
Oh, that too.
Or King DDD.
Okay.
Either whatever limitations you put on that, I'll find some way to cheat it because, this one seems
Bella,
pretty limited.
So Bella and my brain's not working.
Well, hi.
Thank you. Wilhite.
That's twice.
Well,
Have had
it's not me today.
Their heart to heart. And
is that what we're calling it?
Heart to heart. Well, staff to hand, but yeah.
Hand.
Staff to hand.
We'll see how it progresses.
Yeah, we'll see. Assuming we still have a staff.
Gotta hand it to them. They really stuck to it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Wilhite understands the in and outs of dating in a tiefling mobster family?
No. This is like real Romeo and Juliet situation.
I was thinking more of just dating an Italian girlfriend at this point.
You just accept that at any moment both parents can kill you. That's pretty much what it boils down to.
That and every single brother she has is equally emotionally invested.
What?
Look, that's just a stereotype that I see for Italian families. They're very close knit.
Wait,
how do
stereotype again?
The stereotype is if you disrespect an Italian sister, you're going to be in trouble.
With even the cousins.
You date one of us, you date
uncle,
all
cousin.
of us.
Basically, yes.
I only dated 2 of you. Jeez.
There's going to be an awkward night on the couch, my friend.
We've got some comfortable couches here, so.
Yeah, the couches are great.
So good.
Mine
You,
is a futon.
I didn't say at the same time.
We'll have Byron
Irvin
peel
and-
them again.
Irvin and Donovan finally reemerge from the forest.
I'm
Donovan
sitting on
looking
Donovan's shoulders like like Yoda, with my arms around like, and then you just gotta, you gotta attach to your emotions, your feelings, what you really draw the power from, that kind of stuff.
Donnie's got a log in one hand, a rock in the other, and he's trying to summon it into his hands while walking. Come on, gotta multitask.
Use the tree, Donovan.
See, the tree is easy. Don just pulls the tree in and out, in and out. It's doing the rock at the same time. That is really. Oh, and there it goes. Ah.
Oh, hey, Bella, Will, hi. What have you all been doing? You been staffing?
Why are you blushing more than usual?
I'm
just
red, I
talking.
can't blush.
You turn purple when you blush.
Yeah.
Do
I just imagine Bella is more flushed than usual after the staff conversations.
I don't think
She's just like,
Bella.
Don't
Well, wait,
blush.
Bella. Yeah. I was like, do you blush
When have
after
you
this?
ever seen me blush?
I've
You
seen other
wish.
tiefling blush.
I have seen your mother blush,
Have you?
and she's
now?
purple. Oh
So
yeah, it was
that's
just
a sight
yesterday.
to see.
Or 2 days ago now.
Oh yes, when she was talking to your
Yes.
brother. Anyways.
This family tree is gonna look
She
like
has
a
eyes. She's
frickin'
gonna see.
Kutsu vine.
Right. As 1 a.m. approaches rapidly, the villagers make sure that you have anything that you need for your departure. Snacks, clean water.
I am going to go hug my family.
I'm gonna find Grandma and say, you find anyone like me, you let me know.
Grandma, despite her gravitas, is trying to hold back tears. And she says, "You be careful out there. Yesterday I didn't have a family. Now I do. Don't you dare take that away from me again. You hear me, boy?"
I'll do my best, Grandma. But
all right,
we gotta take care of home. I am be damned if I let these purges go on for another generation and damn another generation of us to the afterlife.
Did you just launch a firework?
No. Bang. Home.
Oh, okay, yeah, got it. You're not that powerful.
No, I'm not.
Although that would be both awesome and so anticlimactic that Irvin just bang and home.
I mean, at this point, I wouldn't put him past him. We get him to level 20, he can probably shoot the moon.
Oh, man. Spirit bomb!
No, that's Vala's trick, remember?
That's Vala's trick, you're right.
Oh, yeah.
You got the spirit gun.
I do
Hey,
have the
wait, when
spirit gun.
when are you gonna get the spirit shotgun? The one where you make the fist and you punch instead.
Never. I never want to be that close to people.
Oh no,
I hurt
it's still a
myself.
ranged. It's still a ranged attack. It's just.
Oh, you mean the fist? I already have that one. I've used it several times.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That would basically
Kinetic
be the.
fist.
Yeah, it is.
Falcon punch.
Falcon
Yeah, there you go.
punch.
Punchin' Falk. Oh wait.
Punching Falk.
You guys, your group has seen a lot. You've been through a lot, and the fight is not over yet. But as you stare up and you see the lights of home distantly up in the sky as they fly over the top of you, and you prepare to board your spacecraft, you wonder. You wonder what else you don't know. Anyway,
Dad's
it's
name,
Evan.
his face, granddad.
Should we
So
all
thank you for joining us.
randomly hold hands here and just start
Oh,
singing Kumbaya?
YMCA.
Kumbaya.
Kumbaya YMCA.
Kumbaya YMCA. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
What was that game? What was that game you played with sticks while chanting? You're basically just tapping sticks together, and then you'd pass them back and forth. You weren't chanting "Kumbaya," but you were chanting something similar.
Down by the banks of the hanky-panky?
Panky.
That
from bank to bank. Yeah.
That doesn't sound quite right.
Leaps, hops, over the tops. Land down a lily pad with a kerplop.
The leaps, hops over the tops.
That one.
You know, Smothan, you make me feel like Socrates, and the only thing I know is that I know nothing.
Ask lots of questions.
Yeah,
Donnie
Yes,
doesn't
constantly.
real,
I know nothing.
Donnie doesn't even know his birth name.
I don't know my parents' name. Is that right?
He
I'm
has
gonna-
remembered his mother's name, but that's it.
I'm gonna, now for your
Who is my
Donnie's
mom?
birthday, I'm gonna come up with something that's like 15 syllables and completely impronounceable.
We'll just have to shorten it to like some 2-syllable thing because the rest of it just turns into a cluster of consonants.
Yep.
Alrighty, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you, Smython, as always, for the wonderful, wonderful times. And the crazy back and forth lore stuff. It was good having some sentimental moments with some people.
That was good. I
Will
like that.
High Belly, you're next. We're gonna find a moment with the two of you as well. As in Irvin.
Oh, yes.
Irvin. I always
When's
like
the-
making a point to single out each of them to have a singular moment to, at the very least, figure out their relationships and such.
When's the Bella X Will High fan fiction going to be available?
Yeah,
yeah.
I don't know. When are you gonna write it?
Look, if I write it, it's going to be too saucy for Discord or Twitch. So
Yeah,
I wanna
that's the
see
problem.
it.
Anything too saucy for Discord?
Send it to me. I'll read it and record it for you.
yeah, we can put it up on. We can make an audiobook out of it.
We can make an audio clip
Alright,
out of
well,
it. Don't forget, everyone, to go to our store. You can get our merch on our store. We would very much like to be able to go to a different kind of store that has a lot of different kind of product. But first, I need to make sure it's worth my time, because it takes a lot of time to put those things together. I don't know if you realize. I could spend a whole day actually organizing and creating a store, and I have a lot of other things I really have to do. So get our merch. There are t-shirts like this, and they are so soft and comfortable. I should have
cool.
gone with the smalls. They're really cool, but they're very comfortable. And our stickers all the way over there. Yeah, stickers.
You said that's a
Pint
medium?
glasses. This is a medium. Yeah, medium would fit you great, mate.
Are you sure? Because
Great, mate.
Oh no, this thing feels like a large normally would
Okay.
on me.
I can
Like-
only see it on your shoulder, so I can't tell how loose it's fitting you.
It's
But
really loose.
considering you can pull it up over your nose,
It's
what else?
loosey goosey. It's pulling up over my nose, and it's not even pulling up over my belt.
Yeah, because I tend to go mediums or larges because stuff shrinks in the wash a lot.
Medium. Yeah, I even washed one of them already, and it didn't shrink that much.
Ah, good.
So-
They are starting to pre-shrink stuff nowadays, so that helps.
Yeah, which is really cool. Really cool. There are
The
also
color
lots
states
of
and
other
everything.
things that you can do there as well. And don't forget as well to go to our Discord. You can follow that wonderful thing in our link tree where we have our YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, and Discord, actually. The Discord link's in there too. I think there's a few other links, but they're all in there. Everything we're
You'll
on
have
is
to
in there.
click on it and see
You'll have
what's
to click on
there.
it and find out.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful, beautiful place. Click on it, click on it, click on it. If not, you can always join our Discord for where we have our, regular announcements to what's going on, not only here, but also in YouTube. YouTube is having some exclusive videos coming out regularly. Yesterday and tomorrow is stuff we didn't stream. I recorded that, and it's going out on YouTube only. It's not on Twitch at all. So there is YouTube exclusive content coming out now. There was last week as well, Peglin. I didn't tell our other social media person about that, but they figured it out.
But it was on there anyway.
It was on there anyways. Whoops.
You should put some kind of notification in Discord when those come out.
I did.
They
It's
are.
in open hours.
Yeah.
They are.
You can check
it
open
is?
hours. Yeah, it has the exact hour as
That's how
to
I knew
when.
about it.
I post an open hours every single week.
That's where you can
I was
find
I
our
also
stuff.
tweet it. I also tweet it every day.
Well,
it
I
comes
was
out
meaning
too,
for
I
a
tweet it.
link when it comes up, like the
Oh,
like they do on bulletin
Twitter.
promotes.
Go to our Twitter. Our
Oh,
Twitter,
okay.
I tweet out the link whenever it comes out because there's a very nice, neat YouTube link when the videos are posted and out.
Okay.
So check
Well,
out
there's
our
some kind of
Twitter
notification
for
going on
those notifications. Our Twitter also notifies whenever we go live. Instagram, TikTok, and all the other places are for other stuff. Twitter is the one of this is what's going on today and this is when we're going live, and hey, guess what? We're live now. That kind of thing happens on Twitter. Because that's pretty much all that's good for these days. Let's see, is there anything else I should mention? Sunday, come on by for Chronicles of Nathria, where we are hopping into our 6th session? Something like that? And they're doing great. They just saved a couple of orphans from a pack of wolves and from bone flappers. Michael Howard, who
Bone
drove...
flappers.
Yeah, you know what those are. I gave a 6-year-old child bone flappers. But they cured her of them. It's okay. She's
I
fine.
don't know what that is, but it sounds terrifying.
Parasite that drills into your bone, eats your bone marrow while laying eggs, and then bursts out of your body, eating the flesh as it bursts out, and uses your skeleton as armor, and will hide as a skeleton inside the sand until a new victim comes by.
Oh god, I had a monster like that, except they replaced the muscles with leeches.
Yeah. Welcome to my imagination, everyone. That happens on Sundays at 3 p.m. MT. Come on by for that. There's still plenty of time. You can see Schnorsbeep. He's a messenger of peace. He doesn't want to harm anyone or anyone to harm him and all that loveliness. He's not doing too great so far.
I want him to bop the snooze or boop the
You wanna,
snooze.
yeah, Schnorsbeep. You.
Snaz boop, boop his schnoz.
Terrifying, but rad.
He's so
Yep.
cool. Yeah. That kind of stuff is happening. I also actually know big cliffhanger was left on last time I blew up Caleb. I blew
But
up
he
a couple
likes
of them.
explosions.
He does, yeah, and it was fun to blow him up inside the inn. The whole top half of the inn has just been exploded. Anyway, let's find out what that conclusion's like and what they're gonna do with the orphans because they can't take them with them. Oh, it's gonna be fun. I enjoy tormenting my players. Anyway,
Who would have guessed?
and my GMs.
Oh,
Your time will come.
I know, and I'm excited for it.
It will come. I will take out everything that makes Irvin and grind it down to a paste of despair and darkness, and then
fine.
feed it to him.
I've got two
I mean, what?
spares.
Isn't that what it already is?
I'm gonna do it
much.
again.
Our last stream for this month is going to be on June 20th, and that is going to be a Here Be Shenanigans, where we're hopping back into Daggerfall. Come on by for that one at 9:30 p.m. I do believe that one's going to be at. That's going to be the last one for the streaming side. Don't forget YouTube, though. I'm going to stop pitching all those wonderful things because I've done it many times. Michael Howard, you have a comic.
I have a comic out. Pre-orders are closed, but you can. I'll work out how you can still order it from me if you want. It's Tales of Warriors and Wanderers issue 1. There was a glitch with the printers, and I think we've worked that out. So hopefully, I'll have those by Comic-Con or Denver Fan Expo, which is at the end of the month, June 30th through July 2nd.
That's right.
Soon.
I'm gonna be
soon,
there too.
Soon.
I kind of have a vehicular issue at the moment.
You know, your vehicular issue will be resolved before that happens.
You said it was on what days?
The 30th of June through July 2nd.
See, my appointment's on the 30th. There's no guarantee it'll be done on the 30th.
Well, you can get a single day ticket for the first.
Hopefully, we'll just have to see. It just depends how quick they get it done. It's a quick job. It's just
should be.
Oh yeah.
First
And I
is
just
Saturday.
remembered, yeah.
It's
I
a
also just
15-minute job.
remembered-
It's just waiting on parts.
What's your table number? You have that now, right?
Yep, A1006. Here, I'll send you the info, and then you can post it if you want. Because there's
Yeah,
also...
we'll post that in our Discord, everyone. Go to our Discord.
Yeah.
Where we have all the links and all the things coming out on a regular basis, along with all the things that friends are doing as well, like the person who did the song for the opening, which is the Eldritch Bassy. Thank you, Eldritch Bassy, for giving me permission to use that song. It's dope. It's so cool. It is more than good enough.
I need to hear it.
Other little bits that I will mention now before we toddle off permanently for the night. Let me put the specifications there. For the night. August 29th, we are going to have a one-shot GM'd by Vaughn. He is going to be coming in and doing a cyberpunk one-shot because there is a historical significance to the 23rd of August in 2023, which we are going to leave in mystery for now. We're just mentioning this right now. Myself and Rytak are going to be inside that one because we are way too excited and we enjoy that concept so much. We're going to try to find other people as well. We will be finding other people, but I've got time. It's fine. Alongside that, there is going to be an SCP-TTRPG miniseries in October. Spooktober is going to have a nice spooky miniseries coming from us. That is going to have Rytak. We're working on making sure Cathris can be there. They got their computer. They got everything nice and sorted, so the likelihood is pretty good right now. We're really trying to get Void, who we're going to be raiding right after this, in on that one as well, and getting at least one more person as well. All that is coming in October, though, so plenty of time to stay tuned and put those inside your calendars for that time. I'm going to be directing that one because the GM is called a director. I will be directing that one.
Character creation
and
is
we
going
will
to be fun.
Oh, it's going to be so much fun. We're going to be recording our character creation, recording our individual little sessions, and then taking little snippets of it, and I'll be sending it to our social media manager, that one right there. Thank you, Zelda. And we'll be using that for promos inside the Instagram as the time goes by. So stay tuned for all that loveliness. Our one shot and our first miniseries is planned. As far as the second miniseries, that'll be in Fate Core, but that's yet to be planned out. So, and it'll be next year too. No time soon.
He's
I
already
take
over
my
there
time.
juggling everything.
I am
while
it's
trying to do
great.
a cartwheel.
I don't know how to cartwheel. How do you do it? Anyway,
Cartwheels are easy. It's the backflip that gets you.
I can do a backflip. I can't do a cartwheel.
Really?
Yeah, I'm a weird goose. Alrighty, everyone. If none of you have any other little bits, I'm going to send us to that ending soon screen. I hope you all enjoyed the new overlay. I threw it together right before this started.
Very lovely.
And other little bits. Thank you all for being here. We love you very much. Hope you had a hoot, and we'll see you next Sunday.
Bye-bye.
May have closed for now. We hope you met a friend this go giggle